Evening, everyone. We're about to get started here. Everyone wants to take their seats. We're just about a minute shy. Yeah. All right, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to Phoenix Elementary 1. Thank you for joining us for our board meeting today. This evening, I am saddened to, well, first let me call the meeting to order. I'd like to call our meeting to order for February 24th, 2022 to order at 6:15 p.m. Hello to everyone watching us via YouTube live stream as well. This evening, I am saddened to open our meeting, needing a moment of silence. Please. We wanted to ensure the team is aware that Edison today, I'm sorry, I'm rereading this piece. So a former student, Hector Reese, died in a car accident on Friday. Hector was a well-known student who had a positive impact on many. And he frequently came back to Edison to stay in touch with the teachers. And this was as of February the 11th, a few Fridays ago, I believe. So I'm saddened to open with that, but our condolences and support are with the family. I move on to our tribute that we open our meetings with. In partnership with the tribes who call Phoenix their home first, we acknowledge and respect the land our schools are built on. We commit to being a strong partner with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be partners. Yes, Miriam. Actually, we're starting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Who's leading us today, Dr. Weeks?
Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you, Dr. Weeks. Miss Miriam, can we please have a roll call?
Yes. Okay. Carmen Trujillo,
Here.
Jessica Bueno,
Here.
Reggie Carrillo,
Here.
Alicia Vink,
Here.
Laura Diaz.
Present, and if I may, Madam President, I just want to say that I have not been here in person for a while because I did come back from maternity leave and then I had a host of health complications. But I am much better, so I will be transitioning back in person. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diaz. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Let's see, please let the record show that all board members are here. So we do have a quorum to proceed this evening. Let's see, let's move on to the adoption of the agenda. If there are no recommendations, Dr. Weeks, I'd like to call for a motion to adopt our agenda as presented. Jessica Bueno, so moved. Thank you.
Reggie Carrillo, second.
Thank you very much. Ms. Miriam, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Vink,
Yes.
Laura Diaz.
Yes. Thank you. With that, the motion passes. And we will move on to awards, recognition, and announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, and I want to welcome you all to the boardroom. I have not seen a crowd like this since before the pandemic. And albeit you may be here for different reasons, it is good to see people's faces. So thank you. Thank you for your support of Phoenix Elementary with whichever context you are at this evening. I would also like to mention that we are still trying to be as socially distant as we possibly can. And it is a little crowded in here. We have established, Jim, did you get the overflow? We do have an overflow room. And so in as much as we're not forcing anyone to an overflow room, if you feel more comfortable, I would feel more comfortable if we maintained as much social distancing as we could. I believe you can see and hear and everything in that overflow room, and it's the PDC. So if anybody is interested, we can pause for a minute so that you can get over there. Then, of course, we are going to begin with our Star Awards. So if you're here for Star Awards, great. If you're here for community communications, great. Any takers on the overflow room? We don't want anybody to get sick. What's that? We've already gotten sick. Okay, all right. Then Dr. Diaz, would you help me with Star Awards? Dr. Diaz? I don't see Dr. Diaz. There he is. Madam Chair, members of the governing board, would you join me?
All right. Madam Chair, members of the governing board, members of the Phoenix #1 community, gives me great pleasure to introduce our Star Award winners today. As I give everybody a chance to come down from the dais, we are very excited that our Star Award winners for the month of December come from two wonderful schools on the southern portion of our district, Bethune Elementary School and Dunbar, the home of the Bears, the home of the Dragons. And we will start by recognizing Star Award winners from Bethune Elementary, starting with their wonderful IEIS, Ms. Claire Sells. Claire makes her way up here. I'll share some wonderful statements that her team wrote about her. Claire has been Bethune's IEIS for the past 9 years and has exhibited highly effective leadership skills while embracing highly effective instructional skills. She's been instrumental in Bethune's past school improvement successes, with Bethune reaching its highest school ranking of a B. Ms. Sells is dedicated to help lead the COVID mitigation process while helping to maintain a sense of order, as well as emotional balance among our students and our staff. She has a great relationship with the Bethune students. She knows each student's name and their families. She continues to effectively problem solve, accomplish, and succeed in all IEIS detailed duty assignments, leadership, and more. Ms. Sells, congratulations on being our Star Award winner from Bethune for December. And our other Star Award winners from Bethune is a whole host of folks that are part of the Bethune COVID mitigation team. Ms. Arla Yoder, Sandra Herrera, Michelle Bustillos, Laura Gomez de Lopez, Jacqueline Brooklyndow, and Leslie Hall. We were not able to have these folks with us today, but our hats go off to them. This team has been relentless in our great efforts to be organized and mindful of the needs of our students and staff to maintain a stress-free learning environment, as they all want what's best for our school and as they care about our students, their families, and our staff. Each team member is consistent with their individual role and how it combines to ensure the success of the process in the mitigation plan without chaos. They're accountable, they're disciplined with the weekly routines of pool testing. They do not have to be set out or reminded of following the routine process of ensuring our district's mitigation protocols are followed. They understand the necessity of having background knowledge of the entire process and the problems in which they're involved. They were asked to, the people who nominated them were asked to describe them in a few words, and those words they used were personable, friendly, helpful, flexible, and approachable. And I will add, as somebody who works closely with this team, appreciated for everything they do for the community, and thank you to all the COVID mitigation teams at all of our schools. Congratulations. So with that said, we'll move on to the home of the Dragons, Dunbar Elementary. Our first Star Award winner could not be here tonight. She's also a member of the COVID team there, and that is Miss Audrey Shoemaker, the nurse at Dunbar Elementary. The job of a school nurse is always challenging. But during the pandemic, our nurses have had to take on an incredible amount of extra work and extra responsibility. Nurse Audrey authentically cares about students, teachers, and staff. She works tirelessly to keep everybody safe and healthy. She communicates effectively and compassionately with worried students, worried parents, and concerned staff. She hosted vaccine clinics for the Paul Lawrence Dunbar community that saw over 60 people receive a vaccine. Nurse Audrey works very long hours, keeping track of COVID numbers so they can be informed, monitoring ill and quarantined students, and learning everything she can about current COVID protocols so that the Dunbar family always have the most accurate, up-to-date information. Nurse Audrey, I can personally attest to, is an amazing person that we're so lucky to have, not just in the Home of the Dragons, but in our entire community. And the 3 words that were used to describe Nurse Audrey were communicative, caring, and dedicated. Congratulations, Nurse Audrey. And our final Star Award winner from Dunbar Elementary is Jeremy Pernuni, the wonderful custodian at Dunbar. Jeremy makes his way up here. I'll share some words. Jeremy is a huge asset to Dunbar Elementary. He's dedicated, he's thorough with all his tasks around the campus. Dunbar has never looked better, and we're lucky to have him there. Some of the words the team used to describe Jeremy were conscientious, dependable, and tireless. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Back to each members of the board members committee. That concludes our Star Award winners for the month of December from Bethune and Dunbar.
Dr. Weeks, are we on to this next section, or is there something?
Yes,
else you
Madam
wanted to
Chair, we
cover?
are our celebrations. And I have, my paper has been confiscated.
I think I've
So
got it.
I will let you all take it away.
All right, to start, a special thanks goes out to Marie Clark, the Information Systems Coordinator in MIS, for her help in completing the civil rights data collection submission this year. The CRDC is a biennial report that collects over 1,000 data points in a variety of information, including student enrollment and educational programs and services, most of which is disaggregated by race, ethnicity, sex, and disabilities. This was previously a very painstaking process of pulling data into sheets and filtering down to find the values for every question. This year, Marie worked to map every CRDC question to the data points within Synergy to allow for an extract to be run and produce over 90% of required data. This not only saves 2 months of manual work for others, but will also save the same amount of time in every subsequent submission of this data. Since we can now just run this report to get the base data for the submission, this task was taken on by Marie on top of an already overloaded workload. And she worked diligently to make sure it was completed accurately. Her dedication to the district and her fellow colleagues is remarkable and celebrated this evening. Thank you, Marie, for all you do.
The American Legion Post 41 recently donated 100 Chromebooks to Lowell students. Because of this donation, the students and their families are now more connected and able to access school resources at home. We appreciate the generosity of the American Legion Post 41 and their continued support of the Lowell community.
It is always exciting to hear the successes of former students, and we're proud to celebrate the accomplishments of a number of Phoenix-L alumni doing great things in Phoenix Union High School District. Metro Tech Junior Anthony Rivera from Edison 2018 won the CTEAZ video contest. Anthony won $500 for his video.
The video promotes the benefits for career technical education and will be featured at the National CTE Conference this summer. North High School senior Mia Beasley from Emerson in 2018 has been accepted to Penn State. Bioscience senior Michelle Padilla Soto, Emerson 2018, has been accepted into Bowdoin College in Brunswick, Maine. Bowdoin has an acceptance rate of 9%. Bioscience senior Ariel Sanchez from Magnet Traditional in 2018 has been accepted into Johns Hopkins University.
Parents of children 3 to 4 years old, it's time to start thinking about registering your preschooler for our free preschool program this fall. Preschool classes are conveniently located at a number of schools within the downtown Phoenix area, and we even offer a dual language preschool program at Hanetta School. For more information on our preschool classes or to register for our preschool classes, call Faith North Early Childhood Learning Center at 602-257-3901. Again, that's 602-257-3901.
On Friday, February 18th, Fox 10 News was at Shaw Montessori School for a live interview for the morning news show. The segmented feature a service project organized by 4th through 6th grade students in celebration of the district's 150th anniversary. Students collected items to make 150 first aid kits for the homeless. These students did a phenomenal job representing Shaw Montessori and the Phoenix Elementary School District, and we are proud of your service to our community.
All right, anything further, Dr. Weeks, you want to share before we move on?
No, Madam Chair, that concludes our Star Award winners. Another round of applause for our Star Award winners. And we're very grateful to be able to celebrate. Very important part of what we do here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll move on to item B1 with Mr. King.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Good evening, governing board members, colleagues, and community folks listening and viewing the meeting on Zoom. Want to provide an update to the board related to the COVID data provided by the Maricopa County Health Department. And so if we can pull the information up. There's a couple of data points that we want to present and keep the board updated on regarding the positivity rate in our community and also the case rate. And if you look at the document, it's obviously it's a busy document and hard to read, but if you focus on the very last column to the right, you'll notice that the asterisks on those are green, which means that there has been positive movement in relation to case rates in this case, that we've had a reduction in case rates across the area here, these zip codes over the last several weeks. So that's something obviously we want to share with the board that that's very very positive information. The next document is about positivity, and also we see the same thing, the positivity rates across these zip codes. And again, if you focus on the very last column, which is the most recent data as of today, most of those percentages are green or have a green asterisk. Again, which means that there's been a positive movement in the reduction of positivity rates over the last several weeks, and so that's very good news. I also want to take the opportunity at this time to bring the board up to date as to what we're doing related to the safety mitigation plan. We're convening our safety leadership team that's focusing on the safety mitigation plan that we have developed. And with the idea that we want to look at some specific items that we want to promote or potentially recommend to the board for changes. And so some of those things we want to consider is the quarantine time that we have now, to potentially change it from 10 days to 5 days. We're also considering making change to the close contact guidelines by being able to
ideally not send as many kids home when they're not positive, when they don't have a positive case, and eliminate the sending as many kids home as we're doing now. We also want to look at to see if and or when we want to eliminate the mask wearing. We also want to consider the elimination of pool testing. And a couple of things that we want to consider. What we're doing now is we're getting together with the safety leadership team, as well as the overall group that's made up of 2 individuals from each campus, each school, that makes up the entire safety mitigation plan and team. And we're also getting together with Healthy Verify to get their information, get their feedback, and obviously, follow the right medical evidence and science, and also along with the CDC guidelines to come up with recommendations that we want to make to the board for changes in the upcoming meeting. So that's something that we are working on now. And so you will see in a future meeting some potential changes that we want to recommend for on the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quintana. All right. Moving on to item C, our community communications. Just wanted to let everybody know, we will be holding these at 2 minutes each this evening. And the board is not able to make comments on the participation this evening. However, we are grateful that we do have the interaction and representation from our community. And with that, Ms. Mayor, how many do we have via email and how many do we have in person this evening?
So I have 4 people in person and I have 16 written communications. So first person, Karen Merkley, discuss TIF 4 and 5 cuts.
Right. Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Weeks, President Trujillo, and members of the governing board. My name is Karen Merkley, and I've worked in PDSD for more than 18 years and am currently at Capitol. But I'm now in a position where I have to decide if I can afford to continue my career in PDSD. In Arizona, more than 31% of our teachers' positions are currently unfilled. Recruiting and training new teachers in urban districts such as ours costs more than $23,000 per person, when adjusted for inflation, according to a study by the Learning Policy Institute, with more than 30% of new teachers leaving before they've taught 5 years. There is no guarantee that any recruit will stay long enough for the district to recoup that kind of an investment. Then there's the question of whether the recruited teacher's effectiveness and if the vacancy can even be filled. Doesn't it make more sense for us to find a way to pay veteran teachers who have shown that they are in it for the long haul, the TIF for money that they've earned and proven they are effective, than to pay more than $23,000 per person to replace them with unproven recruits, hoping that they will be as highly effective as we know our veteran teachers are. Thank you for your time.
Next person, Marta Aldrete. Speaking on teacher salary.
Welcome. Just double check that the microphone is on if you can. The green light. Perfect. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of board and cabinet. My name is Marta Aldrete. I teach 6th grade math and science at Hurd, but I've taught anyway. I started 3rd grade and I've taught up to 8th grade, and I was also a math coach. And tomorrow I'm going to be receiving my 21st teaching contract from Phoenix number 1. It's going to be the first time I'm not sure if I'm signing. After everything educators have been through, now 1/3 of district teachers are being faced with a pay cut. At a time when the cost of living in Phoenix rose 9% in the past year. At a time when students need continuity in their life. At a time when new teachers need veteran teacher support with discipline and classroom management. At a time when so many of us are so close to the end of our careers. Personally, I will be losing almost 10% of my contract. And the way it was explained to me is I'm gonna lose more the following year. And the way district administration has handled this has offended me. They've hidden by the excuse that the people that made the promises are gone. Okay, they're gone, but we're still here. We have shown up. We earned that money, and the way it was taken up from us is shameful. There's no apology. There was just a PowerPoint presentation trying to spin it in a positive way. The town hall meeting left me decimated. The thought of not returning to my herd family is a huge black cloud over my days. But I just don't feel like I have a choice. I can't afford to take this pay cut, and I don't see why I should have to. Does that make-
Next question, April Pettit, regarding tip for compensation. Ms. Pettit.
Thank you. President Trujillo, board members, Dr. Weeks, and cabinet. My name is April Pettit, and I'm an email hoarder. When I'm not hoarding emails, I am inspiring students by introducing them to music during their music and choir classes, as well as supporting our EL students, just as I have done for the past 14 years at Dunbar and 19 years in the district. There have been a few occasions where I have deleted my emails, but not many. Tonight, I would like to share excerpts from a couple of emails. The first was sent by Jason Hammond on January 13th, 2015 at 5:41 p.m. addressing the district's Proposition 301 pay for performance plan. Quote, item 3 of the ballot, August and October payments replaced by increased base salary aligned to performance classification. Increase reflected in regular paychecks, end quote. Another email sent by Mr. Hammond on Friday, April 24th, 2015 at 12:31 p.m. also states performance-based compensation being added to our base salary. Quote, the real TNG grant in which we are participating was intentionally designed to reward teachers for their performance. In addition to the performance-based compensation component being added to your base salary for those who meet the criteria, end quote. In full transparency, I am one of the TIP 4 teachers who are expected to see a 17% reduction in pay over the next 2 years. While this reduction in pay will create financial hardships on my family, it is more upsetting to hear district leadership say untruthfully that we knew this was coming when we were told repeatedly starting in 2014 that TIP 4 money would be added to our base salaries. When it was added as a line item to our paycheck and contract, we were under the assumption that it had been added to our base salary because that is what we had voted on when in fact it was not. It is also worth mentioning that during the TIP 4 grant, teachers did not receive any voter-approved Proposition 301 funds as the district banked them in order to sustain TIP 4 after 2017.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next person, Naomi Robert, regarding teachers' pay cut.
Good evening. My name is Naomi Robert. I teach at Shaw Montessori School. This is my 7th year in the school district. When I came on board, I came with many years of experience. I believe it was about 15. And I was given 7 years credit, which is pretty typical among school districts. And at the time I was told, you need to go through this training so that you can take this evaluation. And it was quite an extensive rubric that we had to hit all these points in order to receive a highly effective score. We were told that once we received that score, we would receive monies in appreciation for our work, and that money would be tagged onto our base pay. it was wonderful for those years that that happened. I was somewhat surprised. I had been fighting to not return to public school for a while. As it turns out, 7 years later, I work in a wonderful community at Shaw Montessori. The parents are very supportive. The teachers, most of us veterans, all of us are very cohesive and supportive of one another. When I came on board, even though I was not new to teaching, I was new to public school in this particular school. So there was a lot of help given to me. And I believe as teachers, that is what we do. We help one another. So these veteran teachers, all of us have gone through quite a lot in order to so many evaluations and making sure that we are hitting all these points. Some teachers were talking about giving up weekends whenever the evaluation was up. I myself recall doing that several times. And so we've earned this extra pay. And we also stood for Red for Ed, not so many years ago. And as it was mentioned by someone else, it's been a very, very tough year. So the timing could not even be worse. And on top of that, as it's been mentioned, many of us are seasoned, but we still have many years left in us. We're not ready for retirement. This will affect our retirement down the line as well.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For the written comments. Number 1. This is from Haley Hanman. Good evening, Superintendent Weeks, President Trujillo, and members of the board. My name is Haley Hanman, and I am proud to have joined the Phoenix Elementary District #1 family this year as the drama teacher at Hera Elementary School. I made the decision to return to the classroom from my administrative position as the arts education specialist at the Arizona Department of Education. So far, I am thrilled to be back in the classroom putting my Master's of Fine Arts in Theater for Youth to use with the widely imaginative and talented students in my classroom. Although the proposed compensation package would benefit me personally, I still feel concerned about the district's plan. Many of my colleagues who have worked in the district for years have already submitted a letter of resignation, and I don't blame them as they stand to lose up to $12,000 with the end of the TIP funding. I am not new to teaching, but I am new to this district. The institutional knowledge of veteran teachers has been invaluable to me as I took on this position. They have patiently walked me through how to work the rigging system and program the lighting board in Hera's Performing Arts Center. They have sat down with me to teach me the ins and outs of the district technology, including Synergy, to look up and become familiar with crucial information on my over 300 students as an elective teacher. I am afraid that the district stands to suffer a brain drain of our veteran teachers in the upcoming year if there is not an equitable solution such as a salary schedule that appropriately awards the value that years of service bring to the district. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns. Communication number 2 from Jeff Wright. Greetings. Thank you for the opportunity to communicate openly to the board. My name is Jeff Wright. I'm the father of 2 children at Shaw Montessori. Please stop mandatory masking for children and let parents make the choice for their own families. Frogs don't need floaties, birds don't need parachutes, cheetahs don't need helmets, and children do not need masks. The risks just aren't there in any measure of any significance. The trade-offs are unjustified. Ignoring indoor masking for a moment, the fact that we have healthy children wearing masks outside during recess shows just how disconnected this policy is from any understanding of this virus, let alone common sense. If you insist on maintaining your divorce from logic and common sense, please consider replacing all school desks with restaurant booths so that our children can safely unmask while seated in their classrooms. Please update the policy and bring smiles back to Phoenix schools. On an unrelated note, pay the teachers you want to retain enough money to demonstrate to them that you do indeed want to retain them. Quite simply, that's how organizations keep talented and experienced people that they value. Thank you. Communication number 3 from Chico Robinson. Good evening, Superintendent Weeks, President Trujillo, and members of the board. My name is Chico Robinson. This is my 4th year in the district, and I am a proud PECTA member and social studies teacher at Kenilworth School. I am both happy and saddened by the past 2 weeks. On one hand, many of our amazing educators advocated and stood up for our students in encouraging the legislature to pass an override for the AEL and keep our schools open. As a newer staff member, I stand to earn a modest raise from the proposed compensation plan.
While this should fill me with joy, I am instead filled with concern. It is disheartening to see veteran teachers who have stayed in Phoenix out year after year be rewarded for their loyalty with a pay cut. Will this be how I am treated if I make it this far? Our educators are exhausted, beaten down, and now feel betrayed. Teachers know how to use their voices, and I am concerned how we will recruit high-quality educators after they hear what has occurred to our loyal veteran teachers who had their TIF funds stripped from them. I ask the leaders of this district to find a way to bridge the compensation gap that has been growing between our new hires and our veteran staff. I ask for implementation of a salary schedule that honors veteran teachers' years of service and appropriately places us all on the schedule that reflects experience and expertise. Communication number 4. Dear board members, I have had the pleasure of working in the PSD1 Montessori school for over 17 years. After many years of requesting to have more in-district children, I am so happy to say that this year, 2/3 of my class are children who reside within the district. It worries me that 2/3 of Shaw's teachers will be affected by the pay cuts proposed due to TIF 4. We were told that TIF 4 to be added to our base salaries, and we will continue to be compensated for being highly effective teachers. But apparently that is not true. During multiple pay decreases in the past, I have stayed because I love working at this school, but the loss of $15,000 this year and an additional loss of $3,000 next year has made teaching almost impossible. I do not know how I will be able to afford my home without getting a second job. This places a great deal of financial stress on my family. This is true for many of my colleagues. I am thankful that new teachers and support staff will receive more monetary support, but worry for my own and Shaw's future. I'm asking that you use your wisdom to make sure this doesn't happen again and provide the certified staff with a step salary schedule. I am asking that you make PSD1 a place that teachers will want to stay more than 5 years, and that you grant us the security to know how much we will make a few years down the road. The current stepless salary has caused district teachers much stress because we never know how much we will make next year. Since being hired in 2005, I have never had the option to personally advocate for my own pay, and this year is no different. We were told that if we didn't like the pay cuts, we should find somewhere else to work. The district looking at losing many highly qualified teachers who have many years left to serve. Please do not continue the practice of relying on stipends and grants, but show teachers you value and respect us all by giving us a step salary schedule that will remain and be followed going forward. This is from Maria Pontius, Shaw Montessori. Communications number 5. This is from Latoya Jones. Good evening, Superintendent Weeks, President Trujillo, and members of the board. This is my 17th year in the district, and I am a proud educator at Edison Elementary School. I am also the proud mother of 4 students in the PSD family. I am invested in this community, the families, and my amazing colleagues. It is with reservation that I look forward to the career I have hoped to continue here. This year, a grant known as McKeesa is coming to an end. For me and my family, this means a loss of nearly $9,000 in income for my household. This means my family will need to explore how we will continue to keep a roof over our head. I will have to consider if PESD is the place where I'll continue to work and even keep my own children. I ask the leaders of this district to find a way to bridge the compensation gap, which has been growing between our new hires and our veteran staff. I ask for implementation of a salary schedule with steps that honors my years of service and appropriately places me on the schedule to keep the compensation I have been receiving, so that I can continue to provide for my family. Communication number 6. Good evening. My name is Michael Corarubias. This is my 14th year in the district, and I am a proud staff member at Magnet Traditional School. I have spent my entire career here in Phoenix Elementary School District, and I have always been proud of that fact. As the McKeesa grant comes to an end, I do not know if I can continue my career here in Phoenix Elementary. Because of my years of being rated a highly effective teacher, the TIF 4 funds awarded me a total of $15,000 that were promised would be added to my base salary. Now that $15,000 I worked extremely hard for is being taken away. This will have a devastating impact on my household. I ask that the leaders of this district address the salary compression has been happening through the implementation of step salary schedule that honors my years of service and appropriately places me on the schedule to keep the compensation I have been receiving. Communication number 7. Dear Board of Governors, my name is Megan Gustra, and I'm a new teacher in the district. I love this job, but to have my first year of being a teacher start during this crazy COVID-ridden year has been hard. This year has been extremely difficult. One of the only things that has helped is my amazing support system consisting of veteran teachers. Due to this recent pay cut that these wonderful, talented teachers are getting next year, most of them are not coming back. This removes a huge chunk from my support system, and it makes me very anxious for next year. These teachers are not only part of the support system for teachers, but they also make a huge impact on student lives and school culture. These students rely on those teachers who have been consistent with them for their whole academic careers. Students in high school have a huge issue with trusting new adults in their life, and removing the adults who these students trust will cause an even great decline in academic performance and classroom culture. Overall, you should not be surprised if you are not only losing veteran teachers because of this significant pay cut, but also the new teachers who are losing their support systems. Communications number 8. At the recent this is from Denise Hess. At the recent town hall meeting, teachers heard about the pay cuts coming for the 22-23 school year due to the expiration of the Rio Grant. Teachers, assistant principals, and principals were required to participate in the LOI, COI, LDOI process. District has been aware of the challenge in maintaining those salaries since the inception of the program. It's kicked the can down the road and failed to plan for the challenge at the expense of our veteran teachers and IEISs. Why are the principals exempt from the pay cuts? Their performance pay came from the Rio grants too. During COVID, teachers also took a pay cut. 2 of the reasons cited were 1, a lack of tax revenue, and 2, declining enrollment. But again, only teachers took a pay cut. Do those 2 conditions also impact administration and leadership? At the same time, administrators, district office personnel, including Dr. Weeks and Dr. Diaz, received pay raises last school year. The explanation for this disparity was that the pot of money used to pay teacher salaries was near empty, while the pot used to pay administrators was evidently flush with cash. The current proposal to cut teacher pay is a redistribution of wealth from veteran teachers to new teachers. Veteran teachers maintain $1,500 from the Rio grant that will be added to base salaries, while new teachers receive a $1,500 pay raise. When the financial situation is so dire, how is anyone receiving raises, especially those at the top? During Red for Ed, Dr. Weiss asked if we were all in. Targeting veteran teachers is not an all-in strategy. Perhaps it's not meant to be. I'm wondering if this is a thinly veiled effort to force veteran teachers out of the district in order to more easily implement ASU's next generation workforce opportunity culture schools type program as described by Dr. Diaz in the town hall. I would ask the board to seriously consider not approving a $150,000 expenditure for consulting service later in this board meeting. Those funds would spare many teachers a pay cut. Communications number 9. This is from Jennifer Douglas. Good evening, and thank you for listening to my comment. I started my teaching career in Phoenix Elementary during the 2006-2007 school year. I've held many roles in the district as a classroom teacher, an instructional coach, and a reading interventionist. This year, I've been told that over the course of the next 2 years, the district will be cutting my pay by over $15,000. Yes, $15,000, that's life-changing. At the beginning of our partnership with Makisa, we were promised that if we worked hard, we'd be rewarded with a way to finally earn raises to our salary. Raises we've never seen previously. We were promised that if we stuck with Phoenix L after a tough recession, we'd be taken care of. We were advised to get rid of our salary schedule and welcome in a better way to raise salaries, performance-based compensation that would be added each year to our salary. Work hard, be rewarded financially. So I did. I worked very hard. I've been a highly effective instructional coach and teacher every single year. Each year, I earned the money promised to me, and I continued to raise my salary, or so I thought. After Red for Ed and fighting for salary increases, our HR department made us aware that our raises were in fact not a part of our base salary and therefore not owed to us. The rhetoric suddenly changed. We were told we were never elementary school, we were told we were never promised raises to our base salary. That's simply not true. We were promised, I made pivotal decisions on my career based on promises made by Phoenix Elementary School District. The current HR department can say that the people who made those promises are no longer here, and they do not owe us the money we've earned. But in my mind, I work for Phoenix L then, and I work for Phoenix L now. It wasn't just the people that made those promises, it was our entire district that made those promises. Every single person that has been here since the beginning of our partnership with Nikisa knows that we were made these promises. How will the districts be held accountable for their unkept promises? Communication. Number 10. This is from Linda Varian. I am a school nurse at Capitol Elementary. We were instructed that pool testing would allow for constant surveillance of our students and staff population. We were told that pool testing would help with mitigation practices to lessen the spread of COVID-19. Anecdotally, that has not been the case. Rarely is an asymptomatic COVID-19 case reported from pool testing. Almost all the positive pool tests reported were from known COVID-19 cases, and most of the rapid testing done has failed to even identify a true active case of COVID-19. As one school recently pointed out, for the past 5 months, over 450 rapid tests were administered. Of those, only 13 students tested positive, which is 2.88% rate. Think of the time spent out of the classroom and loss of educational hours due to students being pulled to swab their nose. In addition, there is not enough students and staff enrolled in the program for pool testing to even be effective. We have just not seen a great return for the amount of time and effort that is spent on weekly pool testing. Even if you do not have an understanding of the uselessness of pool testing, please hear my opposition for the continued waste of money being spent every week on pool testing. The district pays an outside agency to hire nurses to assist with the weekly pool testing. Each school has at least 2 to 3 nurses that work 2 days a week, and each nurse makes over $40 an hour and is paid a minimum daily salary, whether they work for 5 hours or 5 minutes. If there are no positive pools, then the nurse from the agency is allowed to leave shortly after arriving on campus. I believe this is well over $5,000 per week spent just on salary. This does not include the cost of the courier, supplies, or laboratory fees. During the MCDPH webinar today, there was a recommendation to begin removing mitigation layers as COVID-19 has become less of a concern. Pool testing should be the first to go. And while it is great news our legislatures waived the spending cap, we should still be conscious. Communication number 11. This is from Nicole Goodwin. My name is Nicole Goodwin, and I am the proud treasurer of PECTA. More importantly, I have been teaching first grade at Whittier for 8 years. I am writing tonight because I am asking the district to consider a salary schedule as a solution to the salary cuts teachers like myself may be taking in the upcoming school year. Tonight, you will hear a presentation from the district office, and someone is going to tell you that we already have a salary schedule. This is a game of semantics. We have something with salaries and types of degrees, but that is the beginning and end of the similarities to what PECTA is asking for. That could be a true solution to the salary cuts coming our way. I have been scored as an effective teacher in every observation for 8 years. Please don't ask me to choose between a pay cut of thousands of dollars and leaving a school and district that I love. Thank you for your time. Communication number 12. This is from Tara Kerwin. It must be a priority for the district to retain and attract teachers by implementing a sustainable salary solution. Maintaining a quality, well-funded teaching staff is crucial to the foundation of our schools. They are more than employees. They are the literal backbone of our communities. Establishing thriving salaries is another building block towards crafting solutions to increase our enrollment. Communication number 13 from Kathleen O'Neill, France. Governing Board President Trujillo, Governing Board members. It is extremely difficult for me to write this correspondence, and it's the first time in 19 years that I have felt compelled to address the board. The only people receiving pay cuts are teachers with longevity. What message is this sending to the staff? These are the teachers who have been the most loyal to the district. We have had pay cuts, been ripped, frozen, removed from pay scale, given combo classes, extra assignments, and challenging classes, and we have continued to be receptive. We attended a town hall meeting where district condescendingly spoke to veteran teachers, making us feel guilty for how much we make. We work for that money. We have stayed. We have been transparent. We have been all in. We should not end up making less than teachers with less years in the district. People have been told not to talk at the board meetings. Why? We are asking that the district be transparent, equitable, and respectful to the staff in this district. Thank you. Communications number 14. This is from, Jay Barbudo. My name is Jay Barbudo. I am 7th and 8th grade English teacher at Edison. I currently serve as president of PECTA. Before I get into my comments for tonight, I want to share one celebration and one reflection. First, thank you so much to all the members of our Phoenix One family that helped advocate and organize behind the AEM. Special shout out to all of the PECTA members who went to the Capitol on their day off to ensure the override would pass. Same to Dr. Vink for speaking and all other board members and district personnel who helped on the other way. Our schools are saved for now. Look for our union to continue to lead the fight to permanently remove this archaic tool for funding schools. Expect more details soon. Additionally, I want to thank the Phoenix One community who reached out to our Edison family over the past week and a half as we dealt with the tragedy and sudden passing of one of our former students. To Ruiz Verdosa family, Hector's memory will live throughout the classrooms at Edison for the remainder of time. We will always be there for anything you need. Words can't describe how broken we feel over this loss, but we will take comfort in the solidarity throughout the Edison community as we all grieve Hector's passing. Thank you. If you'd like to donate to the family, please reach out and I will share the GoFundMe page. Moving on, as everyone knows, the past couple of weeks have been trying times for a fraction of our certified classroom teachers. The end of TIF 4 will cause a financial burden for some folks that will leave them in a tough position. How do I know this? I'm one of those people too. But to my fellow educators in the room and listening at home, let me be clear. PECTA is currently working late at night and through the weekends with our statewide association to ensure that every rock is looked under, every budget crunch, every federal funding bucket analyzed to come up with a sustainable solution to this issue. It's no surprise to anyone listening that we strongly believe a step salary schedule is the way to do this. We have been saying this since the summer of 2018. Communication number 15 from Anna Maria Alarcon. I have been a very proud member of the PSD family for 20 years. PSD is my first and only home. I student taught in PSD and was welcomed into my first teaching position soon after. I know no other home than this. When we sat at our weekly staff meeting over 7 years ago, we were presented with an exciting opportunity that would finally reward all of our hard work and dedication to our students and craft. We were told that we would see our performance compensation added to our base salaries every year that we earned it. Many of us were skeptical. Some left the district with their skepticism. Some stayed and turned the skepticism into hope. I was one that stayed. I stayed because I relied on the promises PSD was making to us. Why not? I have PSD's back, so PSD had to have mine. It was the definition of loyalty. As the years wore on, I was finally able to make a livable wage. I was okay with not being able to purchase the district health insurance for my children because I now had enough to pay out of pocket. My kids were really sick. I was able to put some money away. I was finally able to pay off debt. I could help my parents financially. Holidays and birthdays weren't so stressful anymore. I didn't have to worry about being a uni single parent. PSD had my back, and then it didn't. PSD told us we will be losing all of our TIF 4 money in the next 2 years. They told us we should be happy we are getting an increase to our base salary. I'm losing more than $15,000 even with that raise. PSD told us it was okay because they know we are not in it for the money, but for the kids. PSD told us we didn't deserve to make more than other teachers who weren't here during the golden era of performance pay. PSD told me I don't matter. I am just another contract. I'm not upset at the teachers who were not part of TIF 4. I am not upset at the new generation of teachers who are coming into the profession bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as I once was. I resent us veteran teachers being, I resent us veteran, excuse me. Communication number 16 from Leanne Dolan. PSD 1 school board members and superintendent weeks. After reviewing the information about teacher compensation for next year, I must say I'm very disappointed in the proposed cuts to teacher funding. You can call them whatever you like, corrections, adjustments, alternative, accounting, but when all is said and done, teachers who have been the backbone of this district, who have defined the community cultures at each school, who have stayed with the district year after year, end up getting a 10,000 or more pay cut. For a district whose stated goal is to attract and retain teachers, treating the ones most loyal to the district by cutting their pays backwards. I urge the board to start thinking creatively to attract and retain more students rather than solve one problem with another. I ask you this, if your job said they were going to cut your pay $10,000 per year, would you stay? No, I wouldn't either. It's disrespectful and our teachers deserve better. That's all, communications.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miriam. And again, board may not discuss items that are not specifically on the agenda. So we do thank you, everybody, for participating and for those who sent in their emails for today. Any questions you might have or anything, please feel free to direct some attention to Dr. Weeks and administration. Moving on to item D, our consent agenda. Dr. Weeks, I'm gonna need a little support for questions. So do we make a motion to approve the consent agenda first before a recommendation, I suppose?
Excuse me, if there's an item that the board member would like to pull from the consent, then you would pull that item from consent and then make a recommendation to approve the rest of the items, except for the item or the other, or however many items you want to pull.
The one I'm concerned about is our salary schedules, and this was more so driven by my want to hear what Mr. Norris will be presenting on this evening prior to making this decision. So what do you recommend? Or
You can pull the item, the board can discuss it separately and then vote on it. In terms of the kind of the order of events,
right, that's where my concern lies.
it probably would have been better to adopt the agenda with those changes, right?
Right.
The other thing the board could do is you could table the item. Right? But to move it to, let's say, a later part of the agenda, the board's already adopted the agenda for now, so.
So would that be possible to have Mr. Norris present before we do the consent agenda?
I think Mr. Norris is presenting under F2. Yeah, so if you were gonna move F2 up to, then we would have done that when we adopted the agenda.
God, I thought we were able to
By
move,
moving stuff around.
yeah, we're able to move items as long as the agenda actually stayed the same. So that's not the case.
Well, like I said, what you could do is you could pull the items, approve the rest of the consent agenda, then if the board wanted to have a conversation and then vote on this, let's say the salary schedule independently, which is what you would have to do if it was going to be approved or tabled, then you could do it that way. So let's say, for example, you wanted to talk about the salary schedules. You would say, you would make a motion to accept the consent agenda minus the number 8, right?
Yes, that's it.
And then the board would vote on that. Then we pull that, there would be a motion and a second to discuss number 8. And then the board would talk about it, and then you would vote on that independently. And then, of course, if you wanted to bring you guys up for some Q&A, you could do that, although it's kind of the way things are laid out. That's the whole presentation, except for F2.
Right. Okay, then I would like to pull item D8. So the wording for the motion would be helpful.
So, Madam Chair, what you would do is you would say, you would ask for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda except for item
D8.
D8.
Madam President, I would motion to, have discussion for item D9 as well.
Okay.
So pull item D8 and pull item D9.
Okay. Um. Just gonna give it a whirl. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus items D8 and D9.
That's the one also moved.
Reggie Carrillo, second.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Lee,
Yes.
Laura Diaz.
With that, the motion passes. Would have to accept this point. Where do those items go on our agenda?
So they stay right here, Madam Chair. So what I say is this is for D8. I say administration recommends the governing board approve salary schedules for the 22-23 school year. And then, there's a first and a second and discussion and a vote.
Right, so that puts me in the exact same position I was already in.
Yeah.
Madam President, what type of discussion would you like to have around this item?
Didn't understand you, Mr. Carrillo, my apologies.
What kind of discussion would you like to have around item D8?
Just more, I wanted to understand more about what our district has going on and listen to the presentation that Mr. Norris was going to give to better understand what I was approving on our salary schedules, even though I know it's somewhat a formality. This has been difficult to fully understand on my time at the board, and I felt responsible to make sure that the door was open for the rest of the new board members to fully embrace the process, I guess. So with that, could I ask the table this item?
Sure, I mean, you could amend the motion, right? Actually, did we vote on the rest of the consent agenda items? Okay, so that's done. So then what you could do is you could make a motion to table the item,
Could I do both at once,
both the 8 and 9.
or do I do those separately?
I would say
I think
separately.
you could motion to do both at the same time.
I don't necessarily want to table the item.
You just want to talk about it?
I want to have a discussion and then I'm fine with voting on it, going forward on it. In terms of having a vote, I just want to have not the discussion, clear discussion on the position of the hearing officer. I appreciate what the communication that was relayed to me last board meeting, and I just needed more research to approve of these positions. And I know there was some attention brought about this attention and the salary. I would like to just provide space for more communication to be spread, especially at public meeting about, again, the position of the hearing officer and why we have them. I know who can speak best to that is Dr. Gonzalez. If you would like to chime in, but again, I just want to have a discussion, be more transparent about these positions, and then go forward with the vote.
Right, with that, then I guess I'll request that item D8 be tabled until a later time, and we can move on to item D9.
Madam Chair, you signal to the governing board members for that to see if this is what the rest of them want to do.
If we table it, that means it would come back on another agenda, though we can't vote on it tonight. Is that correct?
when I say at a later time, I literally meant that like it could be later or another agenda. Is that not?
It'd be another day, Mr. Hill. It wouldn't be today. Yeah, you couldn't like table it for, let's say, an hour and then, bring it back. You could table it and have a special meeting just for the one item, or you could wait and bring it back, at the next regular meeting. You could do that.
Right.
Are there implications for the district if we do not vote on that tonight?
I'll defer to the team here, but typically, this is the time of year that we would issue contracts, and this is also the time of year that other districts are issuing contracts. And so as we all well know, the competitiveness of teachers requires all districts to lean into strategies for both recruitment and retention, right? And so it would weaken our position
So
to move into next year.
I hear Ms. Trujillo saying that she would be more comfortable if we had that presentation prior to voting on this item. What are the implications if we take that presentation out of order?
It's an out of order.
If I can interrupt President Trujillo, members of the board, and Superintendent Weeks, Dr. Diaz can speak to the salary schedule. It's actually not a part of the planned presentation later. The salary schedule is slightly different. So he's able to speak to that if you have specific questions, and I can speak specifically to the questions that Board Member Carrillo has regarding the hearing officers.
Okay.
No, but we'll go with it. Dr. Diaz, do you mind coming up? And so would I do a motion to, I don't know, approve item D8 so we can open discussion on it? How does that work? Or can we just move to it?
Yes, Madam Chair, you would have a first and a second. So somebody would need to, file a motion. And then somebody would second it, and then we open it for discussion, and Dr. Diaz is prepared to have the conversation.
Do we have a motion to approve item D8 as recommended?
Reggie Carrillo, I motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Alicia Vink, second.
Thank you, Dr. Dink. So for discussion time, hi, Dr. Diaz.
Good evening.
Good evening. I got the board report yesterday. My concerns are always embedded in our processes and timing and I guess what goes into that process, which I know with, from what I understand, we put these into place now, and then we have our meet and confer process, and then we make adjustments. So if I could just ask for some more layman's terms on how all that works and why we do that, as opposed to a different way or different, how other districts operate, I would appreciate the added knowledge.
Yeah, I know, excuse me, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, members of cabinet, members of community. No, very understandable. There's some questions and some concerns around salary schedules. The timing of this, of course, is not ideal. So as we think about salary schedules, this is an annual item, this is a maintenance item. The only change that the board is looking at today is simply changing the dates on the salary schedule from 2021-22 to 22-23. Why that's significant is that the district cannot offer any employment for 22-23 until these schedules are approved. That would include the new principal, soon to be another principal, as you've just now approved another resignation of a principal. All of our teaching positions, nurses, everybody except for the superintendent is on these salary schedules. So when we think about the salary schedules, the only change being the date, that is obviously a lot more in a salary schedule and a lot more things that are significant. And so the way that this process typically works is the board approves the salary schedule before the budget process, before meet and confer, so that we know where we're starting from in the budget process and where we're starting from in meet and confer. If there's additional revenues or additional funds the district has to increase the salary schedules, these would come back to the governing board after meet and confer, after the budget process, to re-adopt them with the higher amounts. The timing of that, and to your question about, is there another way to do it? It's the unfortunate timing that our busy season of January to June hiring people coincides with the legislative cycle. If you would imagine you're wrapping up the legislature right now, well, we would know what our budget is, and we could set salary schedules now for the 22-23 school year. If we waited for the legislature to finish, we would not issue contracts until late June. That would mean kids going into the summer, not knowing who the teachers are going to be. That would mean principals or nurses or bus drivers or anybody not having a guarantee of employment going into next year. So in terms of this item being brought to the board now, typically this item would come to the board more in January or even as early as December. We've had these approved before. We're a bit behind in just about everything during the staffing because of complications around everything with compensation. And so that's why it's coming to the board today. If you'd like, I could go into more detail in terms of the types of salary schedules we have, where they come from, how they work, or any other items that you'd like to know more about.
Yeah, could you go into the types? Would this be the primary type of salary schedule that we offer to employees? The step of salary schedule with a doctorate or the type of degree that they have, and then minimum maximum salary amounts?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Cuddy, members of the board, in terms of types of salary schedules, and I dare say it's not just semantics, there's very significant differences between the two. Step and stepless schedules. Starting with step schedules, they're about as old as public education. Most things in public education are modeled after factory systems and manufacturing, including the idea of a step and lane schedule, where depending on what your job is, you get placed on a lane. And then each year, or maybe every couple of years, you move up a step so that you are getting some increases to coincide with your years of service. So these step schedules or step and lane schedules that they're commonly called, like I said, they've been around since the very earliest days of public education. In doing some research of this recently, I found it very interesting that in 2013, there was a keynote speaker at the ASBO conference, the Arizona School of Business Officials, who is telling districts they need to start moving towards step schedules. And the reason the speaker said this was that step schedules are impossible to administer when you cannot count on your funding from year to year. So if we put ourselves in the shoes of that person in 2013, what was happening? We had just gutted school funding during the Great Recession. That funding was not being restored. And in districts across the valley, steps were being frozen. People's pay was literally frozen. Well, why did that happen? You don't have the money to do the step increases. What makes it hard, though, is the district may have money for increases, just not enough money for a step increase. So what this person was saying in 2013 is if you move to a stepless, you'll create an annualized budget process where you can have a collective budget making process, figure out here's how much money is available for increases, here's how we want to build it out. We're not locked into any kind of step formula where we would not be able to fully fund that increase. So the big bottom line of it was just this notion that if you can't count on funding, these things are impossible to enforce. Well, looking at Phoenix Elementary, we are certainly in that boat. We're always under the threat of a legislature that continues to underfund our school. We're in a state of declining enrollment where our revenues can decrease from year to year. We're in a place where we do rely a lot on grants and federal funding, so there's fluctuations each year. So the benefit of the step schedule allows this annual process. Now the drawback, and a lot of, I've spoken with a lot of teachers about this, and what teachers really want is predictability. They want to be able to predict from year to year, this is my salary, and if I keep working here, this is where my salary will go. A stepless doesn't give you predictability in that outcome, it just gives you predictability in the process. As I've talked to teachers about that, there's a split group. Some people want the predictability outcome, but some people also know, well, that outcome is predictable and saying you're just going to get your step frozen. Why don't we have an annual process where we can actually take a look at revenues, we can take a look at the budget and figure out how to do compensation. So it was with that in mind that, again, in 2013, schools are being told to move to a stepless schedule. So Phoenix Elementary, though, we moved to it in 2014, 2015 because of our participation in the real. This was one of the items. The folks in the federal Department of Education and McKESA believed that by moving to a stepless schedule, we could make more room for adequately compensating all staff, not just around your experience and how long you've been here, but other unique qualifications like certifications or performance. And so the stepless schedule was a condition of the grant. We moved teachers on that step was scheduled in 2014-15, and then many more groups over the next couple of years. It's not clear why not all groups moved on to the step list, but there are 4 who are still on step schedules. The support staff hourly, the support staff exempt, the SLP, OT, PT, psychologist, and the directors are all still on a step schedule. But they haven't received a pay increase in the form of steps, I think in 7 or 8 years. They have received increases almost every one of those years, but they've been percentage increases, not step increases. So even though those groups are on a step schedule, it's not operating like a step schedule. They're not given increases in the steps, they're given increases and they remain in the step that they're in. So when we take a look at these different schedules and their strengths and their drawbacks for both a step as well as a step list, it's been things that we've explored in weekend first sessions. And one of the things that I recently did is I had somebody in my team go and look at 14 local elementary school districts, pull down their salary schedules. What she found was 11 have step list schedules for teachers. There's only 4 left that have steps. We reached out to those 4 districts. They have not been given step increases to the teachers. The 20 by 20 plan by the governor was not a step increase, it was a percentage increase. And most districts, almost every district did it that way. So even though you might see a step schedule in their district, it's not operating like a step schedule. It's still operating like these step list schedules. There's other innovative ways of looking at teacher compensation, but what's troubling is that the Society for Human Resources Managers would say we should have these types of discussions as an organization every 2 to 3 years. I don't think the Phoenix Elementary has taken a close look at its compensation structures in probably a couple generations. It's long overdue, we all know it. It is not likely to take place in the next couple of weeks. It's the type of process that would take a few years. I've reached out to some local districts that have really taken this process on over the past couple of years. There are 2 that I would say are about 18 months ahead of us in terms of partnering with an external partner who can come in and really show this is different ways you can set up compensation. The struggle that they run into goes right back to the presentation in 2013. They can adequately describe problems in compensation that they do not have the money to fix. So as one person put it to me, they've described $8 million worth of problems that they only have $1 million to solve. So what do? You solve each problem by 1/8, or do you just solve one of the problems adequately? That's the kind of decisions we're going to be reaching, I'd say, in the next 18 to 24 months as we look into bringing more consistency in our salary schedule, more transparency in our salary schedules, and just a more fair and equitable process for placing people in the salary schedules. But it will not be an easy road.
Who is going to lead that process? Is that something that you're doing? Is that something that we do have a consultant for? How is all of that going to happen? Because I did have the opportunity to ask some questions ahead of time, and I greatly appreciate you taking the time to provide those answers. But one of those questions was about equity in our salaries. And the step list schedule makes it a little bit difficult to see how people are being compensated. So just how is that process going to happen?
Yeah, Dr. V, members of the board, that's a very good question. There's 1 of 2 ways we could do it. We can do it in-house, we can do it internally, or we can start to work with a partner. Given how complex this is, there's a lot of advantage to working with an outside consultant and working with a partner to help us see through this. It really reminds me in 2016 when the district did the curriculum audit. CMSI came in here and just tip to toe said, here's what you're doing, here's what you can do better. It's really interesting in that 2016 curriculum audit, they don't mention compensation. They mention job descriptions, organization charts. And what they basically say is if you clean those things up, you can do an adequate compensation study. So in 2019, we made a plan to clean up all the job descriptions and all the work charts. We're just about concluded with that project. And so we're in a great position now to do a compensation study. Like I said, I think there would be advantages to being an external person. At the same time, we have some internal challenges that are a little sometimes complicated to explain. Some of them got voiced earlier today. The 2 most dominant are compression and leapfrogging. So what compression is that we're raising the minimum of the schedule, but we're not raising anybody else. It's happened to our crossing guards. As the minimum wage increased from year to year, the other crossing guards who made more than minimum wage didn't get increased. So what happens is that they all come to the same level. So whether you've been a crossing guard for 5 minutes or 5 years or 15 years, you're still making the same amount of money. And that's what we call compression. The other problem that we have is what we call leapfrogging. And this is the concept that if you were hired in the district 8 years ago with no experience, you were put at the minimum of the salary schedule. There is no trigger in the step schedule or the stepless schedule to increase your steps. So even though you get raises from year to year, the minimum gets the raise as well. So what winds up happening is that new hires leapfrog over you because you're stuck in the part of the salary schedule that you're in. This isn't unique to education. This is every industry. I'm a bit of a nerd. I read There's a Republic every morning. And one of the things in the Republic is a comic, the Dilbert comic. About a week ago, there was a comic, and Dilbert's like this, he works in engineering, where the boss tells all the engineers, I can't find anybody to work with you people unless I pay them an extra $40,000. In the next panel, one of the engineers shaves his head and puts on a fake beard, changes his name, and reapplies for his same job so he can get the $40,000. If that wasn't Arizona Republic God speaking to me about what I'm going to be talking about a week later at the governing board, I don't know what it is. But like I said, this is something that's not unique to education. It exists in all industries. So as we look at those two challenges in particular, I can see how working with an external party would be very helpful because these are not unique to Phoenix School. The minimum that I'm describing from the salary schedule, the compression, why is that happening? The state's not giving us funding to adequately compensate everybody. We have the minimum wage and we have a commitment to increasing minimum wage, but we don't get an extra dime for that minimum wage. That's what makes it very hard to raise everything else. Why is the leapfrogging taking place? Why can't we go back to a staff schedule? Because we can't count on our budget every year, especially in a year where they just held us hostage for the last 6 weeks for a reason that nobody really seems to explain. So we're in this position where, again, we can describe compensation problems. We don't have solutions to that. I think it's very frustrating for all staff, not unique to just one group. We need to get under those frustrations. I think that has to be a primary target for the 22-23 school year. But again, it's probably a 2-year plan that it would take to.
I also just want to make clear that by approving the salary schedule, this has nothing to do with the TIF money, correct? Like the salary schedule didn't change, so we're not approving anything to do with that.
That's correct. There's nothing being brought to the board today to vote on in terms of compensation for next year. That item later on is just received and discussed. And this salary schedule is already the one that the board approved about 12 months ago. The only change is just to make it 22-23, so we can attach it to the contracts that you just approved, so that we can start staffing our schools for next year.
See, I see differences in what we received last year, which was in the presentation. Different from what is on here, but support staff hasn't changed a penny. What I'm hearing is that we haven't really made any progress on finding an agency to look at these positions, which we've been talking about well over the last year. As far as, I know we put our pathways to success on hold, but I thought we had at least been progressing towards finding an agency to look into all of our systems, to make sure we are competitive and have the best things going. So, would you like to share anything, Mr. Quintana?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. We did put an RP out for a compensation study, and we did it I think about 3-4 months ago. And we sent it out to several companies and firms, and unfortunately, we only received one response back. And I think it had to do, we're not sure why exactly, but we think it had to do with the timing of trying to get it done within like a 6-month period that some firms had a concern with. And so we decided to basically hold off on that until we can get a full-blown RFP with more time. And so we can get more responses back from vendors and contractors that can do the work. So we did do that, but like I said, we only got one response that we didn't feel was very adequate, and we wanted to proceed with that within another RFP.
So is there a plan then to do another RFP?
Yes, yeah, that's something that we're working on. Dr. Diaz, Damon, Mr. Damon Norris as well, and myself are working on, and, right now with everything else going on, we have not taken the time to do that, but, we have, we're also doing RFPs for benefits and other things, and so right now it's kind of next on the list.
Okay, thank you. Um. Yeah, I guess I don't have any more questions, just wanted to connect all of the dots. Yeah, I don't fully, I'm not in education, I'm not a teacher, so this process is always really difficult for me, but I did work for the state. So I can somewhat understand the step part, but again, when our salaries aren't competitive, well, I can't say that, I don't know what everybody's salaries are in other districts, but when they aren't livable, I guess, I can empathize and sympathize with that, because being a state employee, so much comes out of your check for retirement, and it really can make or break families sometimes, so I guess I'll need to reiterate how concerned I am that I'm still asking for this to be really explained to me and have a plan in place for what we're doing to make it better for our families that work for us, but also I think about those families that work for us that also have students in our classes. So that's
Yes,
where my concern comes from and why I feel reluctant to continue the process, is that we go with all the time and wonder where we're gonna make some changes at and how far away those seem out. So I can't really say there's another question for me with that. I just needed to say it out loud again to make sure I'm trying to understand, and how I want you guys to know I want to be supportive however that works out. So I'll keep asking questions and make time to come in and fully understand this more. I got to ask Mr. Norris a couple of questions. So he was giving up his time. So I will definitely reach out to the rest of the administration and keep moving forward on this. Does anyone else have any questions?
No questions. I also want to reiterate my concern, just do your statements, mimic your statements. Obviously, this is a top priority for not just for our teachers, for us too, to address these compensation inequities that we're seeing with this stepless salary schedule and the pause on the Pathways to Success initiative. So this is, I know that voting on this or not is definitely not gonna fix this issue, but this is something that later on that I'm going to make sure, and I know President Trujillo is too, raise as a priority going forward too. So I just want to voice that.
Yes, and I'd also just like to share just the urgency that we really need from your department, Mr. Quintana, to really push forward getting that RFP and finding the adequate agency to do the study, because it sounds like, this disaster has been decades in the making, and now we're, tasked to mitigate that. So I think we need to stop kicking the can down the road and just really tackle this issue. So if you could get with your team and give us a better timeline of when we can conduct that study, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Glenna. Those are definitely the words my brain was striving for, and I really appreciate the clarity. So with that, I guess we will move on to a roll call vote to approve this item before we move on to the next one.
Would you your motion?
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Kanisha being second.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Carmen Trujillo?
No.
No? Jessica Bueno?
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo?
Yes.
Elisa Mink,
Yes.
Laura Diaz,
Yes, and Madam President and our community, I am going to have to join in from the phone. I suffer from like dizziness and I am extremely dizzy right now, so I need to take a step back. So I'll be joining in from the phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz. And with that, the motion passes and we can move on to item D9 regarding our hearing officers. Do we have Dr. Alshire in that audience this evening or would we?
Dr. Gonzalez, can speak on this item.
Thank you.
President Trujillo, members of the board, Superintendent Weeks, and our visiting audience today. To reiterate the purpose of the hearing officer, the hearing officer is to be an impartial party who listens to both sides of an issue where we are looking to exclude a student from the school for disciplinary reasons. The purpose of having an impartial person to hear both sides is to ensure that our students and their families' due process rights are observed. Unfortunately, in our history, not Phoenix #1's history per se, but in the history of public education, the due process rights of students who have traditionally been underserved are not always attended to. And schools can sometimes inadvertently and sometimes intentionally impede on the students' rights to exclude them from school. So the purpose of the hearing officer is to ensure that that does not occur. So in the process that we put forward under Dr. Alshire's leadership, we wanted to make sure not only that this person was able to provide a impartial hearing of the facts, but also recognize the importance that we place on being able to provide restorative practices in lieu of an exclusionary discipline action. So that means that this person would be able to listen and also recognize that there are opportunities for students to remain on campus safely and to still continue with their educational rights.
Thank you for providing that framework to look at these positions. It was something that definitely put me on alert when I was hearing about these positions, especially knowing the price tag that came with it, but understanding that they're here to protect the side of the family, protect their due process rights going forward is something that I'm comfortable with, especially with the way that we interview them, the interview process and how we answer those questions. So I think that frames it in a different light than what was presented last time. Does anybody, and then, so that's all I wanted to provide and just be transparent about that.
I did have a question about, so I understand the role and responsibility of the hearing officer. And so ultimately, I was okay with the board having that last say if the parents knew how to advocate to come to the board. So I just wanted to find out, will there be an advocate with the parents during the hearing? That they would know their options and know that, you know, the hearing officer doesn't have the last say?
So it depends on the type of discipline. So if it's an expulsion, the board always has the last say, and the parent and the hearing officer present their case to the board. In a long-term suspension, there's not necessarily an advocate unless the family requests one. And then the school is required to provide that. Part of the work that we have with our family engagement specialists is to help communicate to families in those types of situations that they do have the right to an advocate and that they do have the right to a hearing officer in any exclusionary discipline like that.
Thank you. And is maybe that language also in the parent handbook?
Board Member Bueno, thank you for asking that. We are actually working on updating our family success handbook, our student and family success handbook, and that will be part of the whole program that we're doing. We're looking at a whole revision to include all aspects of this.
Thank you. And then I think my last comment is if we can just I don't know if it's by statute that we have to use hearing officer as the language to identify, this individual. But if it's not in statute, could we find a way to, help with what that title and responsibility actually is?
We will definitely look into that because I do recognize that the term hearing officer implies an officer of the law, and that is not the intention that we want to present.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you both for raising wonderful points as always. I might have asked this last go around, but for these two gentlemen, this is something they've been doing for years, so it's not like they only work with our district, they probably work with other districts as well. And yes, board member Trujillo, one of the people is a female attorney who actually worked in Phoenix Elementary School District prior. She knows our district extremely well and knows our community. The other gentleman, and she also provides services across the valley. The other gentleman has similar experience as well. And that was another indicator that the committee found favorable in selecting these two representatives. Agreed. I think Mr. Carrillo already voiced, the need to make sure that those individuals participated in our equity plan and know all about it. So with that, do we want to move to a vote? All right.
Reggie Carrillo, motion.
And Jessica Bueno, second.
Wonderful, Ms. Marion, can we have a roll call vote to approve item D9?
Sure. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Elisa Rink,
Yes. I think Aurora is on the,
Olor Diaz,
Apologies, Dr. Diaz, you cut out. So with the quorum, our motion does pass with the four votes, but please definitely feel free to reshare, comment in the chat so that we can catch that, but I know you're still in transition home, so thank you, Dr. Diaz, and with that, we can move on to our curriculum and instruction regarding our second quarter benchmark data with Dr. Gonzalez, item E1.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
I would like to acknowledge and appreciate those who stayed to review our student academic data this evening. It is what we do around here, and this is a measure of our student success. So for those of you who stayed for this presentation, thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Gonzalez.
thank you.
You will recall we presented this data earlier this school year, and I want to commend our curriculum and instruction team. I know that when we saw our data last time, we had a lot of questions about what were we doing to improve the academic standing of our students in our schools. So just a quick recap, our school improvement team has been working with our schools, not only in looking at their data, but also in exploring different strategies to support stronger instructional gains. We also have implemented an adopted curriculum that had been adopted just prior to COVID, but because of the pandemic, the implementation was spotty. So our schools and our principals have done an amazing job in trying to help make sure that we are exercising fidelity in implementing the curriculum. And then our school support teams are also going out on a regular basis, visiting classrooms, examining classroom practice, and understanding ways that we can improve instruction. So this evening, Dr. Lloyd is going to be able to present some of the data that we have from our our fall diagnostic to our winter diagnostic. And he's going to be able to show you some of the gains that have been made. And as he's approaching the podium, I want to give him a shout out, because he has done an amazing job in working with our instructional assistant, our IEISs, and our leadership teams in helping them to understand what our data show
and the ways in which we can use our data to tailor our instruction and work to get even stronger gains. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lloyd.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Lloyd.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Weeks, and all of our community members here with us and online. I am Dr. Lloyd. I'm the Assessment and Accountability Coordinator. This is my second year in this position. And I want to start with acknowledging educators. Sorry. Probably started to start this presentation screen for some reason. Educators and students in our district. I've seen great efforts from all of our educators in providing students opportunities to shine and grow and show what they can do on district benchmarks. And I've had the opportunity to be at a lot of schools over the last several weeks and to see the efforts that students are giving as well. Apologies. And
Dr.
today, for
Lloyd,
example, I was at
Dr.
Capitol.
Lloyd, I want to interrupt really quick and tell you how much I really enjoy your enthusiasm when you present data to us and how much I can see how much you care for our kids. So take a moment, take whatever time you need. We are here. We are waiting. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you. I was at Capitol today. And we had students there, for example, who spent over an hour trying to do their best to do a writing test and really showed what they thought, expressed through their writing, synthesizing multiple sources. And so it's just amazing to see that effort and the motivation that a lot of them have thanks to the instruction and the support that they're receiving in our schools. Okay, all right, now the data. I can get dry with the data. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Here we go. All right. So obviously what I do in my position and what we do in the district of assessment is to help us with working towards our strategic plan goal, as well as with the curriculum audit recommendations that we have. We're trying to align, especially right now, with having a curriculum adoption and having new assessments, trying to align and integrate those so that we can do an effective job of supporting students' growth and achievement at high levels. And really for all of our students, that they all have opportunities because they all bring assets and interests and aspirations to our district that we can integrate and serve. Again, I'm going to start with some key terms. So when I present the data today, we are going to be looking at, most of the slides will be full academic year, or you'll sometimes hear the term FAY. These are students who were here at the beginning of the year and are still with us and have taken both the fall and the winter benchmarks. This makes a better comparison so we can see what the students that we've had during the entire school year up to this point, how we've done with serving them. We'll also be talking about what's called relative placement level. This is to help us see, instead of just looking at a set of standards and how our students are doing, how they're doing in relation to their current grade level and what abilities that they have. And that's specific to the iReady data that we'll be discussing. And then the last thing is I'll be sharing some data from our Ames Web Plus assessments, and that will be shown in terms of at risk, meaning whether or not students are likely to be able to read on grade level in the same way that many of their peers are at the end of the year. Any questions about those terms? And I meant to start this by saying, if you have any questions throughout, please feel free to interrupt. I will also try and pause and allow for those. Okay. All right. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. So this slide is showing how we did overall as a district
for both math and reading. And I simplified it to just our triangles so that we could see a little more clearly the difference between those colors. So the red, just so you're aware, are students who are who place 2 or more grade levels behind on their math diagnostic. The yellow are those who did 1 grade level below, so they're just below. And the green are students who are on or above their grade level. And so you can see we have those for math on the left and reading on the right. And in between, you'll see the percentages of showing what it was in the fall versus now in the winter. So first of all, we can celebrate that a lot of that red shrunk. And I did get some data today from iReady. So you can see in math, for example, our students who were 2 or more grade levels below, we have 17% less. And that is actually better. Let me check my notes, sorry, because I just got some data today. So that is actually better than the national average and Arizona's average from the data that iReady shared with me today. So that is great news. We didn't increase the green quite as much, but we had more in that red, in the 2 or more behind. So that is an important work, obviously, is to move the top, make that top of the triangle as small as possible, as quickly as we can, and we are on the right track with doing that. Math, you can see, is somewhat lower at this point, but if you remember from last spring, right, across the state and across the nation, math was a content area that was hit harder during the pandemic, especially for, well, I guess I don't have data to say especially for online students, but I know in the online environment it was more challenging. And so that's why you see the green is a little bit smaller, the red's a little bit bigger in that area. And the biggest difference is, let's see, sorry. And you can see just overall, the change in both areas was fairly similar for both reading and math. Like I said, we had a little more move out of the red or out of that 2 or more grade levels below for math, and more closer green grade level. That's the last I had for this slide. Moving on and breaking it down by grade. So here you have the blue representing our math on grade level placement. So that is going back to this slide real quick. That's our green. So now we're just going to look at the percent of our students in the green or on grade level by grade. So math is the blue and reading is the yellow. Like we said before, our reading is higher than our math at this point for every grade level except for that 6th, where the math is slightly higher. And we see some of the biggest differences there, obviously, with kindergarten, where we've been able to get a lot of students onto grade level. And then in some of the lower grades as well, in 2nd and 3rd, you see there's a higher percentage relative to some of the other grades in reading as well. And I think that speaks to a lot of the work that we do, right? K-3, we do have additional resources, reading interventions and so forth. So that's good news to see some of those percentages there. Math, we do have, you see in the blue, looking at the blue, a decline somewhat after kindergarten, and then it holds fairly steady in there, with our 6th being the highest, and they had 20% students on grade. Any questions?
Our 7th and 8th grade students, then what additional interventions are they receiving so that they'll be ready for high school?
Speaking generally or for math or reading specifically?
Probably both, it looks like.
Yeah. Dr. Gonzalez?
So the interventions at the school sites are different
If, for instance, at Garfield, we have an acceleration grant that's helping to provide very targeted instruction for our middle-aged students. Other schools are relying on their math interventionists or their reading support staff, as well as thinking about providing instruction from a departmentalized instructor. We are also offering, last board meeting, you approved the salary increase to provide strategic tutoring, and that strategic tutoring is designed to help support our lowest 25% in getting very small group tutoring. It's 4 students to 1 teacher working on specific needs that they've identified. So there are a range of different activities that our schools are doing to help get the sorts of gains that we're looking at. We recognize as well, you're looking at an 8th grade student who's truly missed almost 2 years of instruction. So trying to build that up is taking a lot of additional effort, but really trying to be focused and intentional about what we're teaching and how we're teaching. Our curriculum for the math also includes a diagnostic intervention that is an online intervention. So it's at each student's level of difficulty. So when the student is working on that, they are able to get problems that are directly related to what they're specifically struggling with. So if I struggle with fractions, I'm going to be working on fractions, but if Dr. Lloyd is struggling with statistics, he's going to get statistics. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna continue with a breakdown now by school.
Hey, Grant. Okay,
Yep.
I have a quick question about slide 7.
Yeah.
Has the team established targets, grade level targets? Dr. Gonzalez says, does the CMI team establish grade level targets, not specific to schools, but at the district level?
As a general goal, we are striving to increase the percentage of students increasing by 30% at each grade level. Each school has specific goals based on stretch goals, which Dr. Lloyd will speak to in a few moments.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this is a breakdown of, let's see, here we're just looking at our reading. And again, think of the green. This is showing the percent of students that we have on grade level, that placed on grade level for reading. And again, we have a celebration that all of our schools have had gains since the fall, which is what we'd like, and that the district average gain was 12% across all schools. We can see you have some high flyers there at Magnet and Shaw. They had at least 1 in 5 students who moved from the fall to the winter into that proficiency category. We also had several schools, Edison, Emerson, Garfield, Academy, and Kenilworth, who all moved 10% or more in their reading placement, moving students to on grade level. So those are all celebrations from our reading data. This is another slide where we're talking about, okay, with this growth and with where our students currently are, where could we end up at the end of the year? So this is a new projection that iReady is providing. You'll see on the left, what I did was I compared where we started with where we were likely to end. And that's our blue. And then based on our winter and where we placed, that's our yellow. The gray is where we ended in 2021. That was our AZM2 scores. So you can see most of our winter scores at this point indicate that with the average middle of the road growth for the rest of the year, we are going to surpass at all of our schools our scores from last year. So I think that's also a celebration. You do see the biggest shift in your blue to yellow, or from fall to winter, at Magnet, Kenilworth, Edison, Garfield, and Shaw.
And then you see that line there, the orange line, that's indicating what our district average was. So you see anybody above that line from last year's AZM2, anybody above that is going to help push our district average past where we were last year. Well, and not just anybody that's above it, because those as well that are below that have the yellow higher than the gray are also going to help us move our district percentage up as well. And then we also have, you can see here that nearly all of our schools are going to be 5% or more better than last year. And we have schools such as Dunbar, Emerson, Garfield, and Hurd. We're on track to have 10% or more students be proficient on our end of year for this projection. So more things to celebrate. Any questions before we move on to math? I'm talking about. All right. So in math, our district average, going back to the green, yellow, red triangle, was 11%. So keep that in mind as you're looking at these. And we had 10% gains again in math between the fall and the winter at Bethune, Capital, Herrera, High Academy, Kenworth, Magnet, and Shaw. And again, we see at Magnet and Shaw that 1 in 5 students are now on the proficient or on grade level, based on grade level for math.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, you're
Yeah.
talking about the students in the red?
In the green.
Oh, you're still talking about the students in the green?
Yeah.
Are you gonna talk about the students in the red?
So for this presentation, I'm going to focus more on the students on grade level. If you'd like more of that, that's something I can note and send definitely in a board.
Yeah, I think that's highly concerning that, you know, we're only talking about, you know, the good and not reflecting on where we can work on that needs improvement.
Yeah. And we will get to here in a moment some of the data from based on groups where we'll see some of the areas that we will be focusing on as well. Also, I wanted to back up for a minute and just share, actually, we'll keep going. So we're going to go on to our math projection. So our math projection for this year, again, the orange line there, that's showing what our district average was last year from AZM2, which was a 10%. We had 10% of students who placed proficient on AZM2, a state math test. And this year, we're projected to have, again, most of our schools above that. And another thing, again, that you can see here is we have several schools who are 10%, at 10% or more gains between the fall and the winter, and moving students, growing students to be in a place where they could be proficient on now the state test is called AASA. That's the acronym for it. And that is all I had. And one of the things that you see again with math, we have more students coming from further behind. So we are going to see it's going to take more time to get our math proficiency to rise because of how many are in that red for the 2 or more grade levels behind category. And here again we have celebrations at Capital, Garfield, Herrera, Kenworth, Magnet, and Shaw, who have 5% or increased the percent of students by 5%. We're going to be able to test proficient, who we project to be to test proficient on the end of the year, AASA. All right, so here's some data. This is breaking it down by group. And again, this is the green, Jessica, or member Bueno, that we're seeing, but based by, you see to the left, well, everything but the last 3 on your right hand side are all race and ethnicity. And then you have on the right, you have
some of our students who receive services for English language or for exceptional education. And some of the challenges that we see that our students who are Black or African American are the farthest behind our district average in math in terms of race. And we have our American Indian or Alaskan Native students who are the farthest behind the district average in reading. So those are two groups that we can identify from our on-grade data. And then in terms of those who are receiving services, we see that, again, we have a greater challenge with our students who receive English language services and exceptional education services to perform at the same level as those who do not receive those services. However, I do want to point out that those students, this measure doesn't necessarily capture all the assets and all of the challenges that they have, again, compared with other students in our district. Any questions before I go on to growth?
Are we? So yes, this measure wouldn't necessarily capture all of the challenges for that group of students, but for our Black and African American students, what are we doing to target those numbers?
Numbers affected by race
Is
and
that,
ethnicity?
I mean, is that the same intervention strategies that you talked about earlier, or? Because that's
Those intervention strategies are targeted to individuals, so yes, that would definitely benefit them. But in addition, we're working on our culturally responsive teaching practices. And so our team is going through the training for that with West End. And we're going to be working very closely with our teachers and our school level leaders on recognizing and supporting more use of culturally relevant practices in the classroom.
Are all of our teachers receiving that training?
Not yet, but that is our goal. So we're going through the training first, and then we're rolling it out to the schools.
When do we expect all teachers to have that training?
I can't answer that question at this point, but our goal is that we will begin rolling that out this spring, and that through the course of the next year, all teachers will have that training, and that we will have protocols to be able to assess the effectiveness with which that is being implemented.
Thank you.
Okay, speaking to growth now, and this is specific to reading. And when we're talking about growth, one of the things that we've identified with iReady is that it'll give multiple measures or multiple indicators of growth. And we have been focusing more on what's called stretch growth, because stretch growth is a growth that will lead our students to be on grade level within 2 to 3 years. And so our goal is to get as many students to reach a stretch growth target that is set based on their current grade level, but then where they place. And that's calculated with a large data set that iReady has that they've used to help set those goals. And so we're going to look at a couple of things on this slide. On the left hand, you can see the progress towards those stretch targets and the percent of students in those different categories. So we have good news in that we have about we already have 16% of our students in the district that have already met the stretch growth target for the year in reading. So that is a celebration. On average, iReady shared with me that around 20 to 30% of students on a typical school year and from their past years of data have been able to nationally reach that stretch growth target. So we already have 16%. Or half of that at the midpoint of our year. So that is a celebration. And then if you look at grades, we can also see So here on the right-hand side, though well, let me back up for a minute. We do see that there's a challenge also, right? Speaking of what you're talking about, Member Bueno, that we have at least 34% or a third of our students who don't have the trajectory that we would like to see to meet their stretch growth target. And so that is something that we are focusing on. I'll talk at the end a little bit about some of our next steps, but focusing on students that fall really below that 50% progress, because we'd like every student to be able to reach a stretch growth target. In the grades on the right-hand side, you're seeing a couple different indicators there. One is the median. So that's just saying, if we split the students in half, where would the student in the middle, what would their progress be? And so you can see in our grades 1 through 6 that we had at least 40% of our students or more, or sorry, at least 50% of our students who had made 40% progress towards that stretch growth target. Let me say that one more time. So what that median is saying is that in 1st through 6th grade, at least half of our students have made 40% progress towards that stretch growth goal. Half of them are below that, but half of them are also above. In 7th and 8th, we see that number decline. In our percent met, in that right-hand column, that's where we can see the celebration that we have a large percentage in 3rd through 8th, right? 13 to 15%, or 13 all the way through 20%, who have already met the stretch growth target for this year. That's kind of that 16% that you see on the left-hand side. That's broken down on the met percent met column by grade. Now that may take a minute. I should have probably done a little graphic to help visualize the splitting of students and their progress. I'll get that for you. I know that Dr. Weeks likes those kinds of visuals. So going on to math, here we see a little bit less percent of students, only 10% who have already met that goal for the year. About the same that are below, about 50% who are still below the trajectory. If you add up to 34 and the 17% in the left-hand columns, who are below what we need them to be at to reach their stretch growth target for the year. Yeah. Any questions about this? I'll give you a minute. And you can see that we have, again, in our upper grades 6, 7, and 8, we have over 10% of students already who have met that stretch growth target, and that's what's helping us with our overall district average.
I just have a comment about the presentation. So the earlier slides, you talked about math first, and then now you talked about reading first, so we can just keep the consistency of speaking of math first, because now I'm having to transition. Oh, okay, we talked about reading first, so just a thought.
Thank you. All right, and here, I'm gonna mess you up again. I'm talking about math and reading now. So this is our median for each school. So the blue is on the left, that's math, and the yellow on the right hand side is reading. And you can see for the most part, a lot of schools had fairly similar scores in terms of the percent of students or the progress of students towards their stretch growth. So again, this is saying, for example, at Bethune, that at least 50% of students are 47% of the way towards their stretch growth goal for math. And then for reading, they've got 46% of their students, or sorry, at least 50% of their students that are 46% of the way towards their stretch growth goal. And I do think that is to be celebrated, along with Garfield, Herrera, Kenilworth, Magnet, and Shaw, who also are up above that 40% mark in either math or reading. That is all I had for this slide. Any questions on this slide?
Brent, what's the value of using the median? We're educating 100%.
So the value of using the median, well, obviously it has its advantages and disadvantages. I found a lot of disadvantages in the last few weeks, and so I've been doing more analyses. But one of the main advantages is that it helps the data not to be skewed by abnormal either losses or gains by students, right? Because if you have a student that gained 800%, it could pull everybody's average, so it looks like everybody did a lot better. But if it was just one or two students that did that well, that's the issue of using a mean or an average. Whereas with a median, it's just cutting it right down the middle and saying this is where at least half of your students are above this, half are below this. Yeah, so the value is less skew in terms of what you're sharing. Now, the challenges, as I've gone deeper into the data, is that what does that mean? How many of those of the half of students at Bethune that were above 47%? How far above were they? Was it just they're at 48%? All of them are at 48%. How many of them that are below that are at 0%? Because they could all be at 0%, correct? So those are some of the questions that we've been answering as we continue to analyze this.
What do those answers look like?
That would be another board report. I have a lot of spreadsheets that I can turn into something more readable.
Thank you. It's very variable, which is why the median works, because when how many are above 40, we know it's 53% are above or below, excuse me, but we don't know how, we do know how much they are, but to do that for every school, for every group, it is a lot of spreadsheet data.
Yeah, and I would like to speak to it, but it's a lot easier if I have it in front of me to do that. And I do have some of it, so I can provide that very soon. Thank you for that question. I'm excited to share one. Any other questions before we move to the next slide? Okay, we are going to move now. So this was all our iReady data from our diagnostic. And now we are moving into some of our data on K3 literacy. That is an important set of data because the state every year provides funding, and we are also a state that has legislation, right? Which is tied to that funding. And so we want to make sure that our students K3 are served by the funding and the extra supports that we have, and to ensure that they are good readers as soon as possible to help them in their academic trajectory. So this is mostly data from what's called Ainsworth Plus, a K3 approved universal screener. And you can see that we have here our fall and our winter, and the fall is on the left, winter is on the right for each grade. And the red, again, this is going back to the at-risk. So the red would be students who have high risk of not being able to read at the same way that their peers who are at the appropriate reading level or by the end of the year. So they're not likely to be able to read in the way that they should if they're a kindergartner by the end of the year. And what reading looks for a kindergartner is different than what it looks like for first graders, second graders, etc. So we have in kindergarten, you see some of our a big reduction. We had a 15% reduction in our students who are at risk, or that red, 8% in first, a 7% reduction in second, and a 3% reduction, or sorry, a 6% reduction in third. Overall, as a district, our students at risk moved down 9% for our K3 students. And then we can see overall as a district that our average of students moving to being at benchmark, or where we would like them to be at this point in the year for their grade level, has increased by 6% overall for K3.
Do we anticipate having students not move on from third grade?
So these data
don't necessarily indicate that they can't move on for a number of reasons. One is that they have an opportunity through the state assessment at the end of the year, as well as the spring benchmark to ensure. And then we have additional opportunities through summer school programs and through looking at our data and identifying that they have made growth, because some of the issue is just how far behind they are, and that they're making growth and they have that trajectory and they're able to do enough to continue and not be retained. Dr. Gonzalez, for you.
You did a beautiful job. Thank you.
But yes, that is one of the reasons why the state does try and allocate additional resources, is to ensure that students in K-3 don't have to be retained, especially for reading. Great, and then this is showing how we did in that at-risk, or the red, by school. So you can see, and we want the reductions, right? So the blue is where we were in the fall. We want that line to drop as much as possible, on the yellow for our winter scores. You can see at some of our schools, they did an exceptional job. Dunbar had 19% of the students in their at-risk category moved out of that. Kenilworth had 12%, Magnet 11%, and Whittier 13%. So those are all good things to see in terms of looking at our school-wide data. And then going to groups again, and I apologize, I will definitely fix for next time. So usually I do. Anyways, your ESS and students who receive ESS and EL services this time are on the left, and then you have race by race and then ethnicity on the right. And you'll notice again that students who receive exceptional education or English language services are still far above our district average in terms of being at risk. Again, this is at risk. This is the red. So we want it to be as low as possible. And but you do see a good drop for our EL students there are students who receive English language services who move down 7% and they're at risk. Percent of students at risk. And we do see for some racial groups such as Black or African American, Asian, and Hispanic who also decreased. While there are some groups such as American Indian, Pacific Islander, and white that had small to no decrease in their data. I'll pause there because the last slide is on a different set of data. Any questions about the K-3 literacy data? All right, getting close. Standards mastery.
Hi, this is Dr. Elora Diaz. I did have a question. I noticed that we have one school that looks like the scores in winter, there were more students at risk in winter than in the fall. Am I reading that correctly for Shaw?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, at Shaw that did happen. So one of the things about Shaw is it has a unique reading program that they use that's different. And so one of the challenges that they have is they don't teach reading quite in the same way. And so while students develop certain skills, they're not always the same skills that the state requires that we measure. And then oftentimes the skills that lead to reading fluency show up sooner, but it's often not until first and second grade. So Shaw has a bigger kindergarten, and then as each grade progresses, so kindergarten often drives their percentage, and in this case, their kindergartners had more students at risk because they're learning in a different way than the state says we have to test. That's part of the challenge of having state legislature say you have to test and you have to teach a certain way, and have a program that teaches a different way has shown to be effective with early literacy but developmentally the students gain those, or the skills that the state tests at a later grade.
I see. That makes sense. Thank you for that explanation. And I did have one additional question. So in looking at the data for the different schools, I see that there are several schools are kind of grouped in the percentages where they fall. And so I'm wondering at the leadership level, what discussions are going on? And this might be a question for Dr. Gonzalez, I'm not sure, but what discussions are going on to really dig deep into the data by school and have strategy sessions with the principals, or potentially conversations about what's happening with the leadership at certain schools, whether it's to learn from that leadership or to identify where there are opportunities for growth in the leadership.
Board Member Diaz, we have instituted this year what we call school support teams, and those are members of the curriculum instruction academic leadership team who visit the schools and work specifically with them over an extended period of time, drilling in to look at their data, to walk through the classrooms, to identify classroom practices, and to develop recommendations for each of the schools. That's particularly important right now as our schools are working on their school improvement plans. And there again, we're looking at the data and trying to come back to, well, what is the cause of this particular phenomena that we're seeing, and what are strategies that we can employ? Part of that work is really helping them to understand what is within their control and what are factors that are outside of their control, and finding responses to those things that we can control. Another practice that we've instituted this year, we have principal or leadership CTMs, leadership collaborative team meetings. And we actually meet, Dr. Ailshire, Dr. Lloyd, and myself meet with the principals, and we actually take time to go through our data and to have our principals begin to understand what their data show, and to ask questions of one another in terms of, why is this working for you? How are you doing this? What's a practice I can institute? And those leadership team meetings, we've actually developed a Google Classroom for them to use. So they have articles to read, they have opportunities to look at their data, they have challenges to complete. And it's designed to help them become more proficient in the use of the data, but also in the use of finding strategies that align to what their data is showing them, and also to build that collaborative cadre of leaders across the district who are working collectively to improve student outcomes.
Thank you for that explanation. And I think that's terrific that we are really diving in that way. And just looking at this data right here on slide 17, I would really be interested to know what, and you don't have to provide the answer right now, but what Dunbar and Garfield are doing, because they seem to have significant drops in the number of students who are at risk.
I will gather that information for you school by school, because I think that relates to a question we had earlier, and we will provide that in a board update for you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the work that's been put into this.
Thank you.
And Member Diaz, Dr. Diaz, I would like to add, I've really appreciated, I've been invited to the Title I meetings that federal program has quarterly with schools, and that is another opportunity where principals are really getting to dive into some of the data and understand with the title funds that they're using, what they can try and do strategically to maximize the impact of those programs and the ways that they're using those funds. And so that's been another way that I feel like we've been able to dive into those, the data and the effectiveness of the programs and the money that we're spending.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that information.
All right. So the last slide, this is data from an assessment that we did. It's more of kind of a midpoint check. And it's meant to help us gather some data on grade level curriculum. Because while the diagnostic helps us see if students are on grade level, it doesn't always pinpoint how students are doing with their grade level mastery of standards. And so we did one this fall and administered it in November and used it to help schools develop what we're calling this what I can only think of the acronym right now. Something action plan, SAP.
The School Improvement Action Plan.
Well, but there was we did another one. An LAP,
Oh.
Learning Action Plan, that's what it is. So we use this to help them with developing learning action plans specific to the grade level content and curriculum that they are using in instruction. And so these data show us the average score on those assessments. And the assessments were 6 items per standard, and each grade level did 2 to 3 standards, just to get a snapshot of some of the core standards. For example, in ELA, they looked at main idea and key details, and they also looked at things like identifying words in context to help get some additional data on their instruction and to support additional instruction and intervention. So we can see from our data at that point in November on those key standards that we tested on, our students were only answering most schools about 1/3 of the questions correctly. The nice thing about the reports is it gave us some of the misconceptions that they saw based on the item analysis, looking at different questions and how students answered incorrectly. So that was also valuable. Because of the time and the additional challenge of administering this, we did do it in the fall, but we're making it optional for this spring for those that want to use it. And so it's up to schools to decide for the spring whether or not they will use it. So those are the data that we have from that assessment. Any questions? No? Right. All right, so just quickly, some quick takeaways. First of all, from our data, I believe that there's hope. We have improved the trajectory for many of our students towards grade level and towards by meeting their stretch growth for this year. Also, I think these data help us identify some ways that we can focus to really hit things like hit our math part, support our early literacy instruction in our early grades and across all grade levels. And really make sure that we're giving the best first instruction possible and seeking for that stretch growth. The last thing is that we know that many of our students, because of where they're at, they need they have specific academic needs, or and so we want to be able to make sure they've got the right things on their plate to help them, and that requires us to continue scaffold instruction and support students who are struggling with growth and potentially low achievement. Some of our next steps are to make sure that we meet with schools through our LCTNs and our quarterly Title I meetings to make sure that they have developed learning action plans to support specific teachers and grade levels and to target specific groups of students. And also, one of our next steps is to make sure that we have the right students receiving the right levels of support. That's the purpose of our MTSS. And we're working to make sure that each MTSS, what are they called? MTSS lead. At each school site is able to know which students they need to focus on and in which ways through these data. And then we're also working to develop assessment literacy, like Dr. Gonzalez was talking about, and make sure that we know, everybody knows what these data mean, how we can read them, how we can use them to ask and answer questions and support our students in becoming more confident learners.
We don't want to teach towards a test, but we want to build students that know how to learn, know the process of learning, and how to think and to shine at in big ways. And lastly, this is an important part, using these data to review our school improvement plans. Every year we get title funds, and it's important that we make sure those are used in the best way possible to support our students.
I have a question about when you identify the students for MTSS. Is there also like an action plan or support plan for the parents to support their students when they're at home?
That is a great question. Dr. Gonzalez may know more.
Yes, there is often a parent component that goes along with that. And in fact, in many of our schools, we've been able to connect with counseling services that are available through City of Phoenix. So there are ways that we can help parents not only get support that they need socially and emotionally, but we are also able to provide support for families through after-school tutoring, through summer school opportunities, and other enrichments as well.
And the materials that you're sending home for the parents, are they also available in Spanish?
Yes.
And one way we've tried to raise some awareness about what interventions different students are receiving. There were 2 reports. Well, one is in the form of a letter that comes out. It's called Move On When Reading Letter. And there's a new one that will be coming home based on the winter data that I'm actually pretty proud, because it identifies for each student which area of early literacy they need support in and what we're doing to support that. The other one from our actually standards mastery was a report that helped identify for each student what their level of mastery was with different key standards. And then it gave a list of some of the things that parents could do at home to help support. Both those letters were also translated at least into Spanish at this point. And so that's another way we're trying to raise awareness using our data to help parents know, hey, this is how your student performed. This is what we're doing to help in terms of intervention, and here's some things at home that can be done. Some of them are simple things, just like checking with your student in one of the tools that they use at school called their MyPath, and seeing, hey, are you getting on? How's it been going doing those lessons? Because those can help to build some of the foundational skills they need to be successful with their grade level standards. Fine. That is all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to our principals who are here in the room tonight and those watching with us. Thank you for all of your hard work, and your staff and your students and their families. I'm so proud of all of them.
Some of our principals are in the overflow room as well,
Oh,
so you can't see them, but they are here.
Okay, thanks all of you too. Thank you for being here.
Dr. Vink, I'm glad you mentioned that. As I'm looking at the principals, thank you for being here this evening. You just heard a presentation on data. And of course, I'm a big proponent of voice anyway. But some of the most powerful pieces that you will hear about teacher effectiveness, about articulating student data, understanding student data, and designing strategies around expected outcomes really lay with our principals. Does any principal have something that they would like to add to Dr. Lloyd's presentation in terms of what you're seeing in the classroom, what you see in the data? Dr. Lloyd, you were very passionate in the beginning about what you're seeing in the classroom with regards to classroom teachers, what are principals seeing in the classroom with regards to passion. And I did have a middle school teacher here not too long ago. I don't know what happened to him. And some elementary teachers too. So just wanted to give the floor a few moments of voice for those who may want to add something to the presentation. Don't you all jump up at once now?
Good evening, Dr. Weeks, President, Drew Hill, board members. I'm Joseph Fuentes, proud principal at Phoenix #1 I Academy. I will be the brave principal that comes up and shares. I wanted to speak to the leadership collaborative meetings we've been having. This past year, as a first year principal, I'm learning a lot of new things. And one thing I've learned this year is I cannot change everything in 1 year as principal, or in this case, my 10th month as principal. But what I have appreciated through our collaborative meetings as leaders is really looking at the data and understanding the data and being able to speak to the data with my staff. As I've set goals this past week with one-on-one goals, thanks to Leslie's support with my second through fifth grade team, a lot of it came from what the data was saying, not only through the assessments, but through my observation data, through the learning observation instrument data that we received. And there's a lot of great things happening in classrooms, virtually and in person. Collaborating with the principals across the district and our leadership team here at district office has really opened my eyes to seeing beyond just my building, or in my case, virtual world. Because we're all doing such great things and we have so many things to share with each other that I've been learning a lot. I think that calling on principals and calling on each other, we've been able to really dive deep, really dig deep, right? I think one of you asked a perfect question about those students who are falling in that tier 3 category. And that's something I bang my head over, over and over about, is how do we move those kids so that becomes the smallest one? And I believe that in my first year, that's truly what the leadership team has been working towards. How do we get all of those students moved out of that rank? So those data conversations we're having, they're trickling down into our classrooms, they're trickling down to our teachers, and they're trickling down to our families, because we can't do this alone. We're going to do it as a community, as a family. And I just want to say that I am very appreciative of Dr. Alshire and Dr. Lloyd's work and the district. I will say that having those meetings and having the teams come out to the schools truly do impact what's happening on our campuses. The feedback from different outside sources coming in and seeing what we may not see, but having that opportunity to see that and have those conversations truly helping us grow in leadership. And at the end of the day, it benefits all of our students across the community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Joseph. You're a great representative for the principals this evening. All right, I just want to give them their 5 minutes here. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, everyone. I guess with that, we will move on to item F1 regarding a purchase order for Dell Technology.
Yes, so thank you, Madam President. We want to request approval of a purchase order for student devices. And with that, I want to ask Mr. McGann, our MIS director, to present on this in a way of celebration, but also to describe the project.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Weeks. First of all, I'd like to do my own personal compliment to Dr. Lloyd. Not only do I see him out there administering these tasks, but also brainstorming with MIS on how do we fix these technical issues to really help streamline the testing process. So thank you, Bill.
I apologize. He's been here since 7 this morning helping with testing, and I sent him home. But I will relay that message, I promise.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you guys for your approval earlier this evening on the charging carts. So that kind of goes into this next discussion, but I just wanted to touch on that real quick. Those 96 carts will help us get to 1-to-1 when we're talking classroom to charging carts, which is very important when we discuss the next point here, 1-to-1 on student devices, so that we have adequate storage and charging for all the devices. So these 96 added to our current inventory will bring us to that 1-to-1 homeroom classroom to charging carts. So that's something I really heard from the schools that we really need. So thank you for that. These carts will come pre-wired too, which really helps the issue with when we're sending devices home with kids, that we don't have to strip the wires and then rewire these cards to send those chargers home with the students. Now the charger that comes with the device is already a backup charger. And so we can just send that home, put it in a box, for the school to have as backups. So that will help that process as well, to streamline that process when devices are going home for students. And also, the great thing about that is we looked at the price point as well. If we were just to purchase 36 chargers, extra chargers, it'd be about the same price as this cart with 36 chargers. So it's like we're getting the cart for free. So thank you again for that. So as we move into this next point, we're talking going one-to-one on all Chromebooks for all students. And what this does is it builds that consistency for all students, all teachers, but also provides us an ability to really direct PD for the teachers as well. We can, streamline all of these things for students, teachers, and PD all around Chromebooks and the Google environment for education in the classroom for the students. We currently are one-to-one right now, but the issue is we're one-to-one with these legacy Windows devices that should have been replaced many years ago, but the pandemic has forced us to really hold on to them to be one-to-one. So now we actually have the opportunity with ESSER 3 to get us, to a level where we're at one-to-one with the same device. And so what we did was, with the help of C&I, we surveyed the teachers to make sure that this current model that we deployed this year with 2,600 units was the model that's working for them. And we got feedback and we decided that it's an adequate model to move forward with and do another purchase of the same model. So again, building on that consistency, right? And so the teachers, the students from K all the way to 8 will have the same device. And again, why Chromebooks? Well, they just work. They're built for the classroom compared to the Windows devices that have a lot more going on, right? And I won't go into much technical detail unless you guys want to, but it's just a streamlined version. It's just running a simpler version of an OS that just works. They turn on, they run quicker, and they get the students to the endpoint of the curriculum a lot quicker. And that's what we're looking for. And then working with Dr. Lloyd also is we're experiencing with those older Windows devices, just the performance issue where they're not able to run the testing that we need right now. So we're having to reallocate the Chromebooks at certain sites, either move them from kinder to 8th grade who's testing, because those are the devices that are working. So next year, there won't be that issue. We just know those Chromebooks will work for any and everything that we need them to do. So again, we ordered 2,600 of these this summer, and what we're looking at the same total price, we were able to get a lower price per unit. So we were able to be ordering 2,980 units for the same total price because of that drop in price per unit, but actually increase in performance. The processor that we ordered this last summer was an i3, and this new order would be i5s. So positives all across the board there. But again, that brings us to the 5,580 units. So we would have well than enough for our current enrollment, will be one-to-one with excess. And to avoid these issues in the future, where we have legacy devices on the tail end and causing issues, we're also looking at implementing a refresh rate. Right now, we're kind of brainstorming, but it might look something as a fourth of devices that get refreshed every year. So that would be something I can come back to you with as we develop more of the long-term technology plan, but that's what we're looking at to avoid that issue in the future. And again, both of these are ESSER 3 funded. So it's, like I said, it's a great opportunity while we have these funds right now to get us caught up, get us one-to-one, and then work with finance and work on that refresh rate every year and what that looks like. We can plan that long-term so we don't run into this again. So with that, do you guys have any questions?
I do. I have the quote that I have in front of me expires on February 11th, 2022. So I just want to make sure that it will still stand when we place this order.
Yes, absolutely. And that just goes with when we get the quote, that it has to go through certain things, especially with these ones that we have to then get ESSER approval, come back, route the rec and everything. I totally understand that. And we are working with Dell right now. They've actually, we have, an email that they've held on to these units for us and are waiting for a board approval tonight. And we will push that PO through tomorrow. They've actually held the SKU for us and until end of day tomorrow. So as long as everything goes well tonight, we get that PO in through tomorrow. And yes, we're fine with the dates that are still listed there for us.
So, Nick, coming from a guy who's been buying computers for a long time, we did Chromebooks, we got out of Chromebooks, now we're getting back into Chromebooks. One of the things, there were two things that gave us trouble the last time we bought Chromebooks, and that was when keys get popped, the device becomes basically dead in the water. Have they mitigated that problem?
Yeah, so on most all devices, now even on your Windows devices, those keys are more built in, they don't lay up as high anymore to avoid those things. But the whole Chromebook now, and even these Chromebooks we are ordering come with, they call them gumdrop cases, they're clear cases with rubber inlays on the outside there that really help mitigate damage all around the entire device. But again, these are built for the classroom. We have seen a few that come through and that just look like they've been, ran over. We really can't avoid those type of things, but for the smaller issues where, the key poppings and things like that, these are built to avoid those smaller issues. Definitely, I don't know, what model you guys had or anything like that, but I definitely see the improvement that they've made in these devices that will allow them to have a life expectancy of the 4 years. And that's kind of why we're going for that 4-year refresh rate.
So you have a plan for maintaining the devices while they're in the system. The other problem we had at the time was the browser when doing the state standardized testing. At the time it was probably Ames transitioning to AZ Merit as we were getting out of the paper business into the digital testing.
Yeah.
The state standardized test had a proprietary browser and we had trouble.
Yeah.
Have those problems been mitigated?
Yeah, that's a great question. So 2 things on that. So now with the Google Admin Console and for the browser versioning, we're able to freeze it. So we're able to tell the device not to upgrade on its own outside of a testing window. So if they say it has to be in a certain browser from 86 to 89, we can freeze it in there. So even if 90 comes out, it won't upgrade itself and get out of that window. But the other aspect of that with the Chromebooks, why we like them so much for testing, and I'm sure Dr. Lloyd would add to this, is there's a kiosk mode and it's called Test Nav. And the students actually don't even have to log into the computers with their credentials. They open it up and it's a app at the bottom. They hit that kiosk mode and it launches in Test Nav. And Test Nav is built specifically to avoid those issues. And it's just seamless. And that's why Dr. Lloyd and myself and Rocky and the entire tech team, have been working the past weeks with those Windows devices, just causing headaches for the Chromebooks. They just work. We get them in there and then they're working. They don't have any of those issues that you're describing anymore. They are the go-to for testing. And it's just less overhead overall to just get those devices in, get the testing going, and knowing that there won't be those issues.
Okay, and this, my last one is a comment when we build capital plans for bonds and overrides. But if you're talking about basically, as I do your dirty math here, you're about $5 million full replacement value, right? Based on the number of students and the number of devices. So you're looking at a refresh amount of about $5 million for each refresh. Your bond authorization is for 10 years. You're probably going to sell bonds 3 times. If you have a 25% 4-year refresh system or replacement cycle, you're going to be spending $5 million over 4 years. You're going to want to make sure that based on the schedule of your bond sale that you're meeting that demand. Otherwise, you're going to get a big chunk of money, and it's going to be outside of your refresh window. And I know you're also working with the team on developing budgets for improving networking and Wi-Fi saturation and all the rest. So all of this comes together. So I would say this is a huge celebration for the governing board that our tech team, our business services team continues to put students first, allocating resources in the right way where they need them the most. That's huge. Thank you very much for that.
Absolutely.
Not a question, just more so comments and just reflections. As my time as a teacher, I stepped into the classroom and it was just like a 1950 style classroom. And I find myself catching myself saying that the pandemic was a bit bittersweet moment and that really doesn't bring up great justice to what we all experienced, but more bitter than sweet. But one thing did provide the education system is the funds to meet the moment of ushering in our education system into a digital society, that the one that has long existed for our students, one where they come in from that society, step into the classroom, and we weren't prepping them to go back to that society. And so I'm glad that we have these funds, these ESSER funds finally, so that we can improve our digital infrastructure. And I saw these Chromebooks and I love them as a teacher. They're way more simpler because I was able to use Chromebooks and iPads. And as a teacher, iPads were way more overwhelming for students, for us too, because now you have to manage the students and now you have to manage the technology. And so Chromebooks are way more simpler. I love that we're going with them, especially I've used TestNet too as a teacher, and it is, as you say, very quick to get the students in, to get them logged into the test, get the test going, so you can manage behavior. So thank you. This is great for our school, and I'm glad that we're able to usher in this technology for our students and engage them, and heighten the level of engagement, curriculum, and content that we're able to offer in the environmental learning environment and the experience that they have with this. So thank you for all the work they've done.
Thank you. Any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I'm just gonna, motion to approve the, purchase order.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Reggie, can you a second?
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayor. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Karen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Garrido,
Yes.
Alicia Vick,
Yes.
Eloy Diaz.
Aye.
Thank you. With that, the motion passes and we're getting Chromebooks. Absolutely.
So, Madam Chair, as we transition, just a quick story. When I first started in public education, we were still using typewriters. And so, what, a little bit like that one, yeah. And so the business manager at the time said that we're going to get rid of all the typewriters in the district and we're going to go to this new thing called a computer. And that we're only going to have to buy them. And he made a presentation to the board, said, we're only going to have to buy these things one time. And that was it. They were going to last forever. Well, guess what happens? They last about 3 or 4 years, and here we go again. So anyway, it's just kind of fun to watch.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. That's hilarious. In community college, I did all my stuff on a typewriter. So yeah, it was really interesting. All right, we are moving on to item F2 with, I'm assuming, Mr. Norris.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam President. This item is regarding staff compensation.
Okay.
And first of all, I want to thank you for approving this purchase of the laptops, and also thank you, Nick, for doing a great job with everything you're doing. And this discussion is regarding we've been developing a compensation plan that we feel is going to take, kind of be a multi-phase approach for the next, possibly 2, maybe 3 years, but we're going to see how that kind of plays out the next year or so. But in that plan is we want to be able to develop a competitive compensation plan for all staff, across the board, across the district. And it's very challenging to do that when you have declining enrollment. That impacts that approach. And also, with the lack of funding that we get from the state, as we all know very well. So as part of that, we are working to try to, make our salaries more competitive across the board. And tonight we'd like to present to you a couple of plans that we're developing. One, in working with support staff and how we can increase their salaries. and also in dealing with the certified staff and how we're gonna basically kind of address and plan to address the overall compensation, but also the TIF concern that we have right now. We're not asking for an approval this evening. We're just asking, we're gonna be reviewing the information with you for you to kind of, let us sink in and give us your feedback and questions on it. And with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Norris to speak on the support staff compensation plan that we're working on.
Thank you, guys. Madam President, members of the board, members of the cabinet. Coming here tonight to talk about support staff. Dr. Diaz will be up after me to talk about the certified in just a few minutes here. So I want to bring your attention to some of the issues that we're facing and some of the problems that are opportunities, as I like to call it, and some of the solutions that we think we have found, at least as a temporary stopgap, as Mr. Quintana was talking about, is this is a multi-year approach for us due to funding for us to get to different places. Oops, if I turn it on. There we go. So currently, this is kind of the issue where we're at. And so currently, we follow state laws and federal laws when it comes to minimum wage. If you guys remember back in December, we came to you guys with a minimum wage increase that was mandated by the state. And so we did pass that and put that in place. So the minimum wage right now, or the affordable wage right now, is going to be $12.80. That's the very low of the program as we see it right now for support staff. The challenges we faced to get here, and let me back up for 1 second. Over the years, we have given increases to the support staff. Some, as Dr. Diaz talked on step schedules, some on non-step schedules, and then it gets more and more complex. But for the most part, these increases have been a 2% increase or a 5% increase, some sort of percentage that moves everybody up on the scale. And so some of the challenges that we face are decreasing M&O budget, which we've talked about quite frequently, as well as the current compensation in many cases for the support staff is considered non-competitive and does not, as you guys have addressed, provide the living wage that we would like it to provide. With decreasing M&O budgets and grants going away, we have to become more creative with the finite money that we do have. So refreshing your guys' memory, this is the M&O budgets. We did this over the last 5 years, so 2017 through to 2021, which is our current year currently. And as you can see, our M&O budget, although it did increase from 2017 to 2018, and then in 19 is on its decline, with this year being at 52.9 million. And if I can draw your memories back to December, we were here talking about a budget reduction that we had to do because of declining enrollment. So we actually lost projected budget another $625,000 this year. The bottom row there from 2017 through 2021 is the amount of the budget that we put towards salaries. So this is certified, this is everybody. This is not just the one group that I'm talking about here, support staff. So if you look, we've actually spent more M&O from 2017 through 2021 each year, almost consistently, spending more M&O funds towards the salaries and the wages in the district. All while doing that, if you guys remember too, I believe it was last time, Mr. Again brought this great graph that told the story really well. As we spent more on salaries, we were actually losing money. And we are actually losing students. And so this is the current environment that I operate in. As we lose M&O funding and we lose student enrollment, it causes those buckets of money to become less and less. So where does it stand today? And I know you guys like my charts, so I made some more for you guys. Nothing like academics, man. I've done my match with charts and data. I thought I had spreadsheets. So this is where we stand at currently. We have a lot of people, as you can see, 207 that are earning between $12.80 and $14.80. And I try to break it up into these little bands so that you guys can see the distribution of the hourly wages that we go through. We range anywhere from $12.80 all the way to $32.80. As you can tell, the $32.80 are very few and far between. Those are going to be some specialty staff in some way, some form. Of the 405 staff, 51% earn less than $14.80 an hour. 82% of our staff earn less than $18.80 an hour. So what's been done so far? We've done a lot in some ways, and we still have a long road to go in other ways. We continue to offer fully paid health and dental insurance for our employees, for the employee themselves. We have initiated a request, and this goes back to your guys' conversation earlier. We've initiated a request for an RFP for a compensation study. As you guys heard, we got it back, and it was not what we were expecting. And so we are working with Monique in our procurement department to start building that one so that way we can get that back out and hopefully have an update for you here shortly with that. We also continue to review the budgets and reduce wasteful spending when identified, wherever we can identify it, whether that's a copy or contract or something similar to that. Provide access to stipends and retention stipends to help supplement incomes as well. And this goes to the ESSER stipends that you guys all approved for this year for everybody going through the district. And then you guys approved in December upon our recommendation and the state law requiring minimum wage to bring people up from the lower than $12.80. So we did do that. And we do continue to invest hours weekly to look at compensation. And that's a team that consists of myself, Mr. Matara, Dr. Diaz, Dr. Gonzalez, and several others now that are coming in to provide more and more insight and ideas that we can put in place.
What number are we using for living wage?
That's a great question, which I'm getting ready to get to. So the living wage question, it has not yet been answered. And the reason why that has not been answered is because it is all over the board, depending on who you talk to. $18, $25, $50. I actually heard that last night. So we're trying to, with hopes of the compensation study, with hopes of digging into surrounding school districts and what I'll call competitive likeness, to see where others are at, to bring a recommendation to you guys of a competitive or affordable living wage. But it's not a very easy question to answer at this time, especially with inflation and everything going on. It's a moving target, to be completely honest with you. I hope that we can have an answer for you shortly. I'm gonna at least get closest to the pen as possible. But as we set a living wage, we have to understand that that living wage is only there for a period of time. And so where does that go? And so that's what we're trying to answer. And that's the $1 million question. Actually, I think we'd all be rich if we could answer that question tonight, but unfortunately, I don't have that answer for you.
But also, if I can add we really don't want to call it a living wage because we don't think it's very appropriate to do so. So we're trying to come up with the right terminology that we should be using for that. So that's part of what we're looking for as far as the ongoing compensation study and as we proceed through this process. So we know that we have a minimum wage that we have to abide by based on state and federal guidelines. But to come up with our own kind of competitive wage, that's something that we're trying to come up with what it is, but also what to call it.
All right, so the proposed changes for the 2022-2023 school year, and this is what we're bringing to you to kind of get your first reaction and your direction to. So we're recommending to you guys the following changes for the non-exempt employees for this coming school year. For those who were raised to $12.80 in December, they would receive an increase of $1.20. We would establish a new minimum wage, which we're trying to get away from using minimum wage as a term. But establish a new minimum wage for next year is $14, meaning nobody in the district would earn less than $14. For all other non-exempt employees,
So those that did not get an increase in December, they would actually receive a full $1.76 pay raise. And when we back up to say, if you were part of the $12.80 increase, you are effectively getting the same pay raise as $1.76. However, you got a portion of it in December, and you're getting the second half of $1.20 in July, when your new contract or new work agreement goes out. So all people within this group will be seeing $1.76 pay increase going across the board, which will raise everybody's rate to at least $14, if not, well, obviously more in this case.
Could
So-
you give us an example of who didn't qualify for that 1280 increase?
That who didn't qualify? Yes, so because of legal reasons and contracts and work agreements, we were only able to move anybody up to $12.80, meaning that was the cap. So if you were making $12.81, we couldn't touch your pay until July 1. And I don't have off the top of my head, and I apologize because I'm spacing and I'm hoping Dr. Diaz might be in the room. We may have a number that he can shout out of how many were affected in December. But it was a small portion of the entire non-exempt cross section. And I can follow up with you with that number if you'd like to tell you what that number is. Apologies, I had it in my head until I got up here. So with this proposal, another fun chart for you guys is to see where people would end up. And so we would have 188 people making $14 to $16, 84 people from $16 to $18, 52 people from 18 to 20. And it just kind of goes on from there, as you guys can see. But this would bring everybody up to what we believe is a doable, affordable, competitive salary, or not salary, but hourly rate for this coming year. Again, this is step one of the process, looking at compensation, looking at a compensation study, and then figuring out where we go from here. But this will also put us ahead of the curve. We should not have to do an adjustment because we should be ahead of what the inflationary index will be for next year, meaning our employees that are making non-exempt wages will have the benefit of having the higher wage all year long and not waiting for a minimum increase as they had to this year. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions or comments or concerns.
I'm sorry, Nick, Dan, if I can just interrupt real quick, can you also mention the dollar amounts, because with as many employees as we have, and also the $1.76 increase, even though it may not seem like a lot of money, budget wise, it is very substantial, and but we do feel that we can cover it with next year's budget, but that's part of the reason why we can't go to, let's say, 15, 16, 17, right off the bat, first year, because of the overall budget impact that it has. And that's what we'll look at for next year, to see how much we can increase that $14 by, to get it to the proper wage. So if you can talk about that number.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to have that on a slide and I completely spaced it. So the total cost of moving everybody by that $1.76 is actually going to cost us about $1.65 million for the next year. And when you look at, if you go back to our numbers all the way back here at the beginning and look at our M&O funds, we don't increase at that level every single year. In fact, we're losing the M&O funding every single year for the most part. So we're able to do this by rearranging different things and looking at different things as well as wasteful spending, getting rid of some of that, getting some savings, but also spending the M&O money as best as we possibly can. And that means, as you heard, some of the computers, for example, which traditionally could have been M&O funding, are being paid for ESSER by bond cash. And so we're able to free up some of the money and have some carry forward as well that is continuous, that we can actually pay for that 1.65 plus what Dr. Diaz will be talking to you guys about here shortly on the certified side.
You said the term wasteful spending a couple of times. Can you give me an example of what that would be that we're cutting?
Yeah, and wasteful spending is a term for accountants and people like me, just to classify stuff that doesn't seem like we need it. So there's different things that we've done around the district over time to get rid of spending, and some of it is wasteful spending would be copy paper, for example. We're actually spending less on copy paper because they're on computers. And so that's a generalized term that I should probably term something different. But it's reducing our spend in other areas because we've either gone to computers or we've gone textbooks and not consumables or vice versa. So just kind of fine tuning our spending to better methodology to survive and be more sustainable throughout the future.
So David, I've got a couple questions in support of what we're talking about here tonight. You mentioned that computers were coming out of the M&O budget.
They are something that could come out of the M&O budget, but are not coming out of the M&O budget. They have never in our district history come out of the M&O budget. So that is just an example of something that was able to be used and bought out of the M&O budget, but not something that the ESD currently does or has done.
I'm happy to hear that that's a change in the accounting system. That's new information for me, so I'm happy to hear it.
Yeah.
And then I just, for points of clarification, we have not gone through the budgeting process. We have not gone through meet and confer with ESPA leadership. And so are we putting with this proposal, this information, is this our kicking off point with our budget conversations, the 1.6 million that we would need, knowing that we have declining student enrollment? Is this something that we're going to have conversations about that speak to sustainability, to be able to sustain these increases for our support staff? Maybe you could speak a little bit about what that future cast looks like in terms of establishing a 5-year budget for sustainability.
Yeah, that's a good question and a tough question at the same time. So as discussed earlier in the meeting tonight, it's really hard for us to know what the budget's going to be for next year because the legislature doesn't really give us all the information until the 0 hour. Looking at these projections and looking at the numbers that we have and knowing where things are going, these are numbers that myself and the team feel comfortable that we can move forward and actually afford going forward based off of previous budgets, trends of where the budgets are going and where the funds are at in M&O, and that involves somewhat of the carryover. So as we increase wages like this or some of the other changes that we're talking about, we may see a little less of a carry forward every year, which is that cushion for, as I always call it, the rainy day cushion for something happens. And so as the state, kind of plays with the funding, it's kind of interesting as we watch things like Prop 208, which is in limbo and nobody knows where that's going, because that really becomes a silver bullet in a lot of problems for school districts if that continues to go down the path of actually becoming something that we get funding for. AEL plays into all of this, which we got through this year. It's coming right back next year. And so there's a lot of things to do. I'm very conservative when I look at financial numbers and I start looking at forecasts. These are numbers, and the certified numbers that Dr. Diaz will present are numbers that I feel that are conservative enough to keep us within the green, if you will, and not run a deficit. 5-year budgeting, we're working on 5-year projections. That's something that hasn't really been done completely out in the past, and we're starting to get to that point to looking at that and modeling everything. But a lot of this, there's a lot of savings that come with declining enrollment, which sounds like an oxymoron. But as you have declining enrollment, you don't have the same level of staff or the same level of supplies. And so there is cost savings to a degree, but you also have to fund it for those kids that we're losing. So it's a double-edged sword. So these, I wouldn't say these are kicking off points. I would say these are what I believe are fair and firm offers of where we can go and where I think the district would be safe for next year and financially and be able to provide everything that we say we're going to provide and continue to provide to the teachers currently.
Okay, thank you. When do you think we might have something back to the board for a vote?
I'll take that over to you because I don't know.
Yeah, I would say that, that depending on the question, the feedback that we get today, I would suggest a second meeting in March. We'll come back with, you know, some fine tuning, if you will, and then, and request your approval. And this will be, by the way, effective for July 1st next year, not, you know, it wouldn't be effective by the way, the increases, this will be effective for the next fiscal year.
Yeah, and I should add, have had meetings with Becca and Aspa. And so we've had meetings with them in the support staff side of things, that I'm speaking of here. We have verbal support from ESPA on, obviously they have to go through their motions and the meet and confer process that we'll go through. But I feel very confident in this one for support staff. And so, so I think this is what you will see, depending on your guys' comments as a recommendation coming down the road, of what we believe we should be doing for support staff for next year.
Where does the meet and confer process participate in this process, I guess?
So I'm so new to the meet and confer process. I want to get that to an expert, and I don't know if that. And I call on Mr. Dr. Diaz to explain that process. So I'm still figuring it out myself.
I just wondered how we make a decision on it before that even happens or after that happens, I guess.
Yes, yeah, President Trujillo, members of the governing board, members of cabinet, members of the community, very good question about the the process. So in policy, both ESPA and PECTA have until February 1st to submit proposals for the coming year. Neither association has submitted proposals this time. PECTA has asked for an extension that we have granted. And we do anticipate those proposals in early March. ESPA, in our meeting with them, I don't really want to speak for them, but what they shared with us was that they don't intend to meet and confer this compensation proposal. We specifically asked, should we revisit this proposal to look at a step increase? And their leadership said the $1.76 is more than most people's steps. And they felt that's a better time for them. At the same time, all of this comes out of the same budget, right? And so we did ask both the PECTA leadership and the ESPA leadership that when we have a meeting confer with PECTA about compensation, could we also involve ESPA? So we can make sure we're balancing those two things out. They did say yes, we could do that. We anticipate getting those proposals from PECTA, like I said, early March. Meeting confer would kick off sometime after spring break. We would clearly want to get that wrapped up as soon as possible. We don't want to rush it, but we know that that process needs to take place to have a really good picture of what next year's going to look like.
Good question. So earlier we heard that adjustments to, I guess, these rates, this money happens later on before, around the budget times. So if we're approving something in March, what does it look like between March and time to approve the budget? What does that look like? Are we stopping, like, looking for money to make this better because we've already voted on it, or are we still finding resources and trying to increase this, I guess, is my question.
Yeah, so I guess the simplest answer for you is I'm never satisfied. And so my team and I both are going to continue being year round. Whether it's budget time or not, we're always looking for ways to effectively spend the district's resources as smartly as we possibly can. And so that includes, and I kind of introduced him the last time we were here, Miguel, who is our new budget manager, is digging through things on a constant basis to look at what we're spending, how we're spending, why we're spending, and asking questions. So we're always digging for more and more savings. We're always digging for more and more ways to figure out how to use this money in a better method or better methodology to make it go further. I kind of look at this as my household budget, if you will, and I need to make it go as far as I possibly can. And my entire team believes in that as well. And so we're always poking and prodding and asking questions. If there were to be something that profoundly would change this or change the certified, then we would bring it back to you guys for your guys' discussion and approval at that point in time. But I believe, based off the research and the information we have now, that this is the best that we have at this point.
That makes me feel better as long as, you know, well, we did that in March, so we're not gonna talk about it, that's what I don't want to run into, so.
Dr. Weiss keeps me on my toes. He always asks questions
He's
every
the
morning.
clarifier.
I'm wondering if you've heard of, I've seen other school districts, talk about a 4-day work week, and I'm wondering if you've, been, kind of researching that model and looking to see how that could be beneficial.
Yeah, I have heard of school districts go to 4-day school days. There's pros and cons. To answer your question, I have not started looking into that yet. That's usually a direction of you guys saying, hey, we want to really look at this seriously. But the pros and cons of it come in community reactions. I've actually lived in communities that have gone to 4-day schools. And the decisiveness of the community is pretty interesting because there is a lot of parents, especially in communities like this where I was living, that use this as an affordable way to have some place for their children to be at during the day or during their work schedules with peer and all the other options that we have. And so when you go to a 4-day, some people think that there's a lot of savings. Some people will say that there's not because you still have to provide some sort of care for those students or what their parents do. If it is something that you guys are interested in, I can work with my team and develop a plan to kind of look at what the cost savings would be, what the I guess the expenses of it all would be, and I don't know who would do with the community outreach portion, but we can figure that part out as well and work with whoever needs to help us with that.
Thank you. I think I would be interested in you pursuing what that model would look like.
Awesome. I will take it on and try to keep you guys updated with the detail.
I have a random question, I'm not even sure, I'm able to ask this, but regarding support staff, have we made any progress in hazard pay or incentives for everything that's gone on during the pandemic to at least, I won't say at least, to supplement some of that? I mean, excess responsibility and stuff like that. I don't think we've ever finished having that conversation regarding hazard pay or incentives, or besides I think the stipends that were mentioned earlier. I don't know if that was just for teachers. Like, just what does that look like for support staff?
Yeah, so let me try to answer that the best I can. I may have to call Mr. Quintana to help me out here. Not being here last year, but the stipends, number one, so the ESSER stipends for were $3,000, and they went to all staff. So they went to support staff, they went to teachers, and so everybody got that ESSER stipend, which I think, we call it a retention stipend. And I wasn't here when it was all developed, but I would say some of that is a thank you, or not a thank you, but we understand that you're doing a hard job and a tough job, and we need to get you some more compensation out of it. And the ESSER funds at the time were available to do that. As for hazard pay and stipends and further things around that, there's been discussion about that previously, but it comes back down to, it comes out of the same finite pool of funds. And so it's rather difficult to figure out how to compensate somebody for their normal day-to-day work and keep them going and pay them fairly. And then trying to find out also where to get money to do a hazard pay or stipend, or I know what you're talking about, I can't think of the right terminology. But I'll ask, Mr. Quintana, do you know if like the health and safety or anybody has ever looked at that, I guess?
Yeah, we looked at it initially, but we, at the time, there was no funding for it, we decided not to do it, and that's when the discussion came about funding from ESSER for the stipends. And we decided that, it would go to everyone and basically the same amount. So that way the individuals that have a lower income, on a percentage basis, they're getting more, they're getting more compensation, than someone who makes a higher income. But at the time, we also couldn't sustain just like hazard pay or incentive pay And for budgetary reasons, we couldn't do it at the time. We could, we could consider, going forward, as part of, this plan. And see, if that's something we could do. We'd also have to see the numbers as well, right? Because we're talking about here, $1.6 here, $1 million that we're trying to, get approved for next year. And so we just gotta figure out, what can we do maybe now? And, and where do we get the funds from?
Absolutely, so I do get that, I do, I promise, but when we are passing bonds and we are getting money from the federal, but like, I just know there's more opportunity now to do something than there has been, and if this isn't a rainy day, or whatever fund we're talking about, I don't know what else is, so if there's a different example you would like to tell me might be a rainy day example that we need to have a kitty fund.
Yeah.
But I do feel like our support staff that keep our schools open and running nonstop. So that really is something to set up for success and keep hanging on at this point.
Yeah, so I think, and the rainy day fund is probably the wrong terminology to use, and I apologize for that. But we do have to have district reserves, and the best example for that was if the Senate didn't pass the AEL, that was the only way we still employed everybody and kept every student in the school. If I were to, and my job is to make sure that we spend every dollar, every dime that comes into this school as best as possible, and I'm legally upheld to that. If I were to allow, for example, us to just spend all our reserves, so we're living paycheck to paycheck, essentially, I wouldn't be doing justice to any of these employees, because one hiccup, we're all fired, right? And so that's not where we want to be. We want to have a hiccup with an AEL, to where I can come to you guys and say, hey, I think we can get through this till July or whatever timeframe it would have been, based off of reserves and a few minor cuts here and there. Like, we're not going to order, frozen juice boxes. We're going to order, something, water for the kids that's cheaper or something, right? So we could have figured something out. So it's very important to have some of those reserves. Depending on your financial situation, they recommend anything between 10 and 20% as your financial reserve going forward of your operations. So that way, if the AEL or, for example, a school burns down or catastrophic, we have to shut down the schools and we want to continue to pay our crossing guards and everybody like we did as an outstanding steward of the community. That's what those reserve funds help. Those reserve funds help us maintain continuity of services, maintain continuity of the district, and really, I don't want to say shield us, because the AEL would have hurt. There's no question about that. But we wouldn't have put our kids in such a situation where they were losing more education again, where our teachers are sitting at home not getting paid, where all of us were sitting at home not getting paid, because it would have been 100% of us. So that's why we have those reserves, and they're different reserves for different reasons. There's operational ones, there's maintenance ones for plumbing, and we've had pipes blow up in the middle of school, water heaters explode, and these things take money really quickly to fix so that we can keep the school going and operating. So those reserve funds are truly, I call it a rainy day fund, because you never know what's going to happen, right? And none of us expect the AEL to pop up like it did this year and get to the extent that it got this year. But we also didn't expect plumbing problems at some of our schools this year, that we didn't necessarily budget for, because nobody can see it, just like your home, right? So that's why we have those reserves, and we have those reserves. They're not to the level that they always should be, because we do believe that our people are family here, and we do believe that we should be paying them a fair wage like this and giving them $1.76, pay raise for this year. And potentially slowing down some of our savings, so that way we can afford to do this, but still have our savings build just at a slower rate. So yeah, we do need to have those reserve funds to protect the district and make sure that we can operate at all times.
I just had a question, so I have to thank my son for calling in the middle of this. Any other questions? Thank you for giving me the added perspective on that. Just what would be your ideal, what is it called, an over something, or savings?
Oh, the savings or
Yeah,
reserves?
what would you like us to be at?
Put me on the spot.
Just generally, so that way I kind of know.
Generally speaking, I would like to see the district in holding about 10 to 20%, which, and the reason why I lean towards that higher number is because we're in declining enrollment, right? And so if I come to you guys and tell you, hey, we need to do this, and Dr. Diaz comes up here and says, hey, we need to do this, and everybody's on board, and all of a sudden we lose a bunch of kids next year for whatever reason, COVID, whatever, right? We still have reserves to pull from. And to my knowledge, this district has been very good at not having to like tell people we can't hire contracts, or we can't have you employed here because we don't have the funds. And so we want to maintain that. We want to maintain that sustainability into the future. And, you know, we get, to your point, and I didn't answer this earlier, to your point, we get all these different buckets of money, whether it's ESSER or title or IDEA. They all come with their unique like limitations. Like, you know, you can spend this, but you can't spend it on data that ends in Y. Great, that's awesome. That's every day. And so you have this money that you can't really do much with. And then we had ESSER, for example, ESSER 1, which was really throw money at schools, get the money to the schools, save everything that you can, and get the schools up to running in a pandemic. And so there wasn't a lot of there was strings, but not as many strings. And then ESSER 2 came out and they limited it even further. And now ESSER 3 is out and they're severely limited us on what we can spend on stuff like stuff that we did in the past. So just because we spent it in ESSER, it doesn't mean we can spend it in ESSER 3, right? Same goes with title. That's another thing, another great example of why we need reserves. As the demographics and the enrollment of our district change, our title is going to change. And as title drops, we don't actually find out about that until later on in the budget season again. We start losing funds from there. We have to figure out how to replace those funds so that the kids that need title services or their title services can still get those while they're here for the next year, as we figure out how to find more money to maintain that. So that's another reason why those reserves are so important to us.
That helps, because I've been hearing very different things as far as what, I guess what our district has been having the aside between that 10 and 20. Why is it so much? Why is it so low? It's always such a good perspective, and I don't know the difference between what it is, so that helps immensely. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Also, if I could, Madam President, if I could add to that, if we put in round numbers, I think any district that's, kind of financially sound, you want to keep at least 10% of the operations in reserves. So in our case, that would be basically, 10% of it, let's say just 50 million to round it up. That's basically $5 million. And we believe that because we are in the declining enrollment arena right now, that at least 20% is a little more viable. Okay, but if you look at it, 20% is $10 million. Now, we talked about in the past how our operational budget, we basically spend about $4 million per month. So really, that's only 2.5 months worth of operating reserves. And so, I would say 2.5 months is really not long enough to have reserves for. So that's why we're saying that minimum should be 20%. But ideally, you want 3, 4, 5, 6 months worth of reserves. That you can maintain operations without having to worry. So.
It's a great point, because that's exactly what I'm told as a parent I need to be having in reserve. So again, that both perspectives from our employees and our district that we both need those 3 months to feel safe. Thank you for that extra info, Mr. Kingheimer. I don't think there's any more questions. Do you have anything to add, Dr.?
Madam Chair, I just want to say thanks to Damon and to Martine on this. This is not a format that we have seen, but it's transparent. It gives us a shot at what we could be looking at. At least it gives us something to have some conversation around. And we're focusing on support staff. And I appreciate that.
Thank you, Dr. Weiss. Thank you, guys.
very much.
Thank you.
everyone.
So next, we're gonna be, have Dr. Diaz, discuss the certified staff, and the plans along the way. And again, this is basically for information only, and that, that for you to take, with you and give us some feedback on or questions on. We're not asking for any kind of approval tonight. But obviously, we want your feedback so that we can consider that, in our next, the next time we talk about this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Fellow members of the board. Being a little unorthodox with technology, so just give me a moment. You'll see that I signed into the Zoom room because I will be presenting this from my laptop. There are some changes to the PowerPoint that was in Board Docs and uploaded last night that I made today. I will make sure that the governing board gets a copy of this one. Absolutely. So it's time for this to move forward. Excuse me while I share my screen. Okay, and I'll have a couple of different things to show you tonight in terms of a PowerPoint presentation and then something I will do with Excel. As I try to be as well as transparent and clear as we can be with some very complicated matters concerning compensation for certified staff. So starting out from a very similar perspective, a very similar place from where Mr. Norris just was. Every year we have challenges when it comes to compensating our teachers. And those challenges come from the teacher shortage that we've been experiencing for nearly a decade now in Arizona, as well as current state levels of funding that continue to make us 48th, 49th, and now possibly even 50th in terms of fundings to schools. It gives us a tough challenge then when it comes to ensuring all of our students have access to high quality teams of teachers at every one of our schools. Now, for the past 3 years, in 2 of those years, we retained over 90% of the teachers, but we know that competitive compensation remains a challenge in ensuring our schools are fully staffed with high quality educators. So that is an overarching challenge. We did do a lot of work to look into some additional challenges that we're trying to take on. The first, again, is that decreasing annual budget and declining enrollment impacts our support staff. It's paused their step schedule, but it also impacts our certified staff because our current base salary for certified staff is what we would call less than competitive, especially for our new hires. At the same time, it's not competitive for new hires, for our current hires, as we're ramping down compensation from participation to 4, we need to ramp up base salary at the same time. The end of the real grant signifies the end of a $3,000 retention stipend that has been received by our highly effective teachers since 2018. That grant will end at the end of this year. And then, of course, the big one, which is the $2.4 million needed to sustain TIP 4 or compensate TIP 4 every year. The funds that were set aside will be exhausted at the end of the year. About half of our teachers receive an average of $9,500 from that compensation. So it's with all of those challenges in mind then that we created this proposal. Now I know that educator compensation can be pretty complicated because there's a lot of pieces to it. So I wanted to go slowly to really talk about what's in an educator's compensation in Phoenix 1. So first thing to know is it's all about your base salary and your classroom site from the beginning. The base salary is set at the time that you're hired based on your experience or education. And then there is additional money available from Prop 31 Classroom Set Fund. For our teachers, that's $1,500. It was $1,000 up until a couple of years ago when the governing board approved an increase to $1,500. On top of this, for teachers who participated in the TIP 4 grant in 2014-2017, they were able to retain thousands of dollars in each year of their participation in what we call TIP 4 2014-17. Again, about half our teachers currently get it. The average is $9,500. The height of this is nearly $15,000. For our teachers who participated in the TIP 5 grant, they've kept the compounding amounts from the PVC. And the best way to think about that is in TIP 4, they got to keep thousands of dollars each year, but in TIP 5, it's a couple of $100 each year. But again, from the year 17 to 20, they were able to keep those couple $100. We did promise in the TIP 5 grant that that would become part of the base salary in perpetuity. And I'm very excited in this proposal. We meet that promise in making sure that this does go into the base salary. On top of the TIP funding, then, is the performance-based compensation. So performance-based compensation in 21 is earned for performance in 2021. That PVC is $1,330 for an effective teacher, $1,660 for a highly effective teacher. Makisa also kicks in a $3,000 retention stipend to anybody who was affected or highly affected. They've been doing this since 2018. Again, that grant is now ending, so that compensation will be ending as well. Every employee gets a $3,000 ESSER 2 retention stipend this year. And then teachers are also eligible for a variety of other stipends. This could be for coaching a sport, for being a lead teacher, for having some advanced certifications. So with all of these different building blocks of a teacher's compensation, looking into 22-23, if we do nothing, the funding for TIP 4 will evaporate at the end of the year. And then the real grant will disappear at the end of the year as well. And it will leave a literal hole in our teacher salaries. It was with this in mind, we began to craft this proposal, but I think it's also important to note that there are teachers who already have this hole in their compensation because they were not a part of the TIP 4 grant, or because they have not been able to receive those retention stipends, because those are for more tenured staff members. So we kind of have a dual problem here. We need to take care of our veteran staff members, we need to honor what they've done. At the same time, we need to bring up the bottom, if you will, in terms of making a more competitive salary for Army hires. So I thought it was important, and this is the piece that I've added from the board docs, to make sure that we take a historical look at our teachers' compensation. And so I went all the way back to the 12-13 school year, and the chart I'm about to show you. So if you look at the years 2012 to 2018, this blue bar represents base salary. And you should notice a couple things with it. It's embarrassingly low, and it's completely stagnant. Why is it that? Well, if we go back 3 more years before, that was the Great Recession. That's when the legislature took funds from K-12 and really P20 education that they never restored fully. Because they never restored them fully for all these years, not just in Phoenix 1, but across the entire state, base salaries were low and stagnant. Now we do get some additional funds from Prop 301, and I'll show that in the orange, I'll show that in the orange bars here. This is supplemental funding. So Prop 301 and stipends. You see that it adds a bit, but certainly not enough. So in 2014, what was the district to do? But go out and find a partner in Makisa. Very happy to have some Makisa reps in the building today. And go out and find a new funding source, which was the real grant. And we were excited to participate in a grant that ultimately did the following over the next 5 years. The following over the next 4 years. Inject millions of dollars into teacher compensation within each of these years. So even though the blue base salary that's funded by the state is staying stagnant, we see teacher salaries increasing in each of these years, going from an average of 43,000 in 2012 all the way to 58,000 in 17-18. But there's a problem here. The blue isn't growing, the orange is, and the orange is based on federal funding that we know is eventually going to come. So the leaders of the district at the time in 2014 came up with the following plan. They would take money from the Prop 301 fund, set it aside in order to make sure that that money would sustain this TIP 4 compensation for 2 additional years. So the plan was for the first 4 years, federal funding from the TIP 4 grant would pay this compensation. And then for the next 2 years, 18-19 and 19-20, we would use this to the side of Prop 301 funds. The district actually saved enough funds, though, to pay for a 3rd year in 2021. And there was enough to also partially sustain a 4th year, which would be this year, 21-22. But this year we received higher than expected Prop 301 revenues, so we were able to sustain TIP 4 for a 4th year this year. It's important to note that each of these plans was approved by educators through the pay for performance plan before it was approved by the governing board. And what I've done here is I detailed each school year in each school year performance plan, what it said about TIP 4 compensation, and when it was approved by the governing board. And so you will see when we get into the 19-20 school year, that's, 18-19 school year, that's when we start to add the 19-20 school year. The 19-20 adds now the 2021, and then we added the 21-22 this year. But the original plan was to phase this compensation out after the 19-20 school year. So while this was happening in the district and during these years, there's another very important thing that happens when we look historically at teacher salaries in Arizona and in Phoenix. So going back to historical teacher compensation and these stagnant base salaries because of funding, that led to tens of thousands of educators walking out of their classrooms, walking down the legislature, demanding more funding, not just for their pocketbooks, for their classrooms and their schools as well. So that Red for Ed movement led to what the governor called his 20-by-20 plan, whereby the year 2020, those teachers would receive 20% in base salary increases. That plan was never fully funded at 20%. The first day it was announced, BJ Montini in Arizona Public said this was a sleight of hand work of a charlatan who's trying to spin us something that doesn't exist. Still, the district did its best to meet the 20-by-20 plan by doing a 10% and then a 5% and a 2% increase those years. And so we finally start to see movement on these base salaries, which is again the root issue. At the same time that we increase the base salaries through that additional funding, our teachers now moved out of Tier 4 but into Tier 5. So they received compensation from both participation in Tier 4 as well as Tier 5. And you'll see that when you take a look at these 3 orange bars that continue to increase over the next 3 years. It eventually culminated in 2021, an average teacher salary in district of $63,000. And again, if you go all the way back to 2012, you really get a clean picture here of how salaries have increased over the years. But we have a problem. We know that Tier 4, the set aside funds are going to run out at the end of the 2021 school year. So what do we do about it? In October 2020, the Prop 301 committee delivered presentations to every school that detailed this shortfall in Prop 301 funds that simply could not sustain the Tier 4 funding any further and continue to do all the other things Prop 301 does. In November and December, the Prop 301 committee came back to every school and delivered a second round of presentations in which they detailed their 2021 pay for performance plan that would actually have pay reductions in this school year for almost every single teacher. That was going to be due to the end of the Real Grant and dwindling funds in Prop 301 because of the COVID economy and declining enrollment. It was also said in those presentations very clearly that 21-22 would be the 4th and final year of compensation from Tier 4. So we went into this school year thinking that there was going to be reductions across the board. But in the time between December 2020 and the first day of school this year, there were a couple of very significant things that happened. The first was that ESSER funding came through, and we were able to use that to boost compensation. The second is we received very welcoming and surprising news that McKeesa could actually fund us in the Real Grant for 1 more year and was able to provide those $3,000 pension stipends. And third, and I think really most surprising, is while we thought the COVID economy was going to really decimate Prop 301, sales tax revenue went through the roof as people shopped from home. And I think just a lot of retail therapy. So with those 3 things all together, I made a presentation on August 18th of 2021 that was sent to all educators that detailed these changes and that there would be increases this year and not actual reductions due to those forces. I made sure to also be very clear in that presentation that the 21-22 would be the final year the compensation based on participation Tier 4 will be offered to educators who qualify. So with that being said, the next couple months, October 21, the Prop 301 committee again convened to create the pay for performance plan. They came back to all the educators in October, detailed a presentation for the pay for performance plan for this year, where they recommend setting aside those additional revenues from Prop 301 to what they called softening the impact of the end of Tier 4 based on compensation in the 21-22 school year. I think it's also important to note that that pay for performance plan, that committee also expanded Prop 301 for dozens of educators who didn't used to qualify for the funds. So that all eventually led us to where we are now, which is on February 9th. We hosted a town hall for educators via Zoom, where we detailed our proposal to increase support staff minimums to $14, also giving $1.76 to those folks who are above minimum wage, to increase certified base salaries by $1,500 plus the current Tier 5 compensation, and then to sustain 25% of Tier 4 compensation using one-time funds, and then use those additional Prop 301 funds that were set aside to create some stipends that could soften the impact of the end of Tier 4 compensation. I know that's a lot of information. I have even more to give you in a moment, so let me pause and just see if there's any questions.
Can you see why was there higher than expected Prop 301 monies?
So, Mr. Cuddy, members of the board, Prop 301 is all the sales tax revenue. And so when the pandemic hit, the fear was that stores are going to close, restaurants are closing. There's not going to be a whole lot of sales tax collected by the state. And so we were told by people in ASBO, people in the legislature, people, that follow the economy, they get ready for 301 to shrink because it's all based on sales taxes. But the exact opposite actually happened in the COVID economy, where spending went up, the price of goods also went up because the price of goods goes up, tax collection also goes up. So we were very surprised to find that we had somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.5 million extra dollars coming from Prop 301 that we did not anticipate.
And so what are they saying now about Prop 301 monies?
Mr. Hood, it's a great question. We are starting to get more information. All indicators point to another year of higher than average Prop 301 funds. Now, this is the problem with the AEL. The way the legislature reauthorized Prop 301 is to put it underneath the AEL. That's why this whole thing happened. Some people think they did it by accident, but I think I'm painting a picture of something that's been going on pretty consistently for a number of years.
So then with the rail grant ending, the case was made that we want stepless because of the rail grant. So now that we don't have the rail grant, what's the case for going stepless, still continuing stepless, the stepless dollar schedule?
Yeah, great question. Going back to, we talked about schedules earlier, the problem with step schedule is it's impossible to implement if you don't have consistent funding that would fund these increases. So do we have the ability to move back to a step schedule? Absolutely. It would be very complicated to do, but we could do it. But I wouldn't want folks to get to think that if we went to step, now these are going to be guaranteed increases, because we have to look into other districts with step schedules that have frozen their steps for almost a decade. To have a picture into, just because you have a step schedule does not mean you have guaranteed increases every year. I'm on a step schedule as a director, and contrary, I was not aware of the raise that I received this year. I have not received any raises in the form of an additional step in the 4 years I've been here. I've received percentage raises. So just because you're on a step schedule doesn't mean you're going to get a raise every year, just like the directors did this year, just like the support staff did this year.
With the stepless schedule, there's no guarantee, there's a guarantee with that, there's no guarantee.
Yeah, there's no guarantee in stepless either. The
Okay.
guarantee is in the budget process every year. So if you'd imagine that to raise everybody's step would cost the district $3 million. But we do the budget process and there's only $2 million. Well, we can't raise everybody's steps and nobody gets an increase. If you have a stepless schedule, you can figure out a way to distribute the $2 million within the units in the maximum. That's the advantage of a stepless schedule. So I had a feeling we might go that direction, so I made sure to make sure we can bring it back to the agendized item, which is not about step schedules, but actually about the compensation plan. So to reiterate our proposed changes for 22-23, administration has created this proposal that recommends an increase to base salaries of $1,500 for all certified staff, speech language pathologists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, psychologists, nurses, and social workers. It'd be increased by $1,500, and that would be prorated for anybody who's less than full-time. And then for those that receive the compensation from TIP 5, that total TIP 5 compensation would be rolled into base salaries in addition to the $1,500. For those who are eligible for classroom site fund, we recommend that Prop 301 committee convene immediately. In fact, the first meeting is on Tuesday in order to start to determine how we're going to distribute that $3.6 million. The Prop 301 committee earlier this year and did not intend to use that all in 1 year. They wanted to really look at how that could stretch out over a couple of years. And then the last piece, of course, is to fund 25% of current TIF 4 amounts using one-time district budget reserves. To borrow from the last presentation, this is that rainy day when we would tap into those funds to fund the 25%. So this proposal would cost about $1.1 million in M&O. So when you combine that with the support staff, nearly $3 million in M&O. $720,000 from these district reserves, and a to be determined amount from the classroom site fund. Now, when we shared this proposal with everybody February 9th, we knew right away your thought goes to yourself. What's this mean for me? What's going to happen to my paycheck? Am I going to be able to live off this salary? And so what we did in the town hall, I've done a couple times with teachers, is I pulled 6 actual teacher salaries. All these teachers have a bachelor's only, so they're on the BA part of the stepless schedule. They range from 26 years to 1 year. You can see what their compensation in 21-22 is and what their projection is. So in the 21-22, this compensation includes their base salary,
the $1,500 from the classroom site fund, their total TIF 5, their total TIF 4, but I did not include their stipends. I did not include their performance-based compensation. I wanted to do an apples and apples comparison with this actual proposal. So that being said, the projection for 22-23 includes the $1,500 to the base salary, plus the TIF 5, plus the 25% of TIF 4, $1,500 from the classroom site fund, and an additional $3,000, just throwing a number out there of what the Proctor Loan Committee may decide to do. That number could be bigger, that number could be smaller. Once we do that, you'll see that of these 6 teachers, 3 of them are getting an increase, the highest one being $4,700. But 3 of them are being decreased. They're experiencing that decrease because they took 4 months. And you'll see the highest earner here is being decreased by $6,500. So something I did not do in a town hall is to actually show how this all works. So I want to take a moment to do that for the benefit. So I'm going to move over to this Excel spreadsheet here, where I have each teacher's salaries broken down. So for teacher A, you can see their base, their classroom site fund, their TIP 4, their TIP 5, and then this classroom site fund savings is what I'm calling it. It's not completed for this year because we're not using it this year, it will be for next year. So let me show you how this all works. As we look at the base salary for next year, we would make that equal to $1,500. We would add that to the $47,153 and the total TIF 5 compensation. There we go. The classroom site fund remains the same in terms of the initial $1,500. The TIF 4 becomes 25% of the current total, so 0.25. It'll be 0.25, and I will multiply that by 14,975. Let's see here, that is $3,700. The TIF 5 compensation is a little tricky, so bear with me here. This $900 does not include an extra $225 this teacher earned this year. So we will make sure to also include that next year. So I will add $225 here to that teacher because they were highly effective. And then here's this classroom site fund savings. This is why the Proctor Loan Committee needs to convene ASAP to really determine this amount. Like I said, I think 3,000 is a fair number to put there, knowing where we were last year. And that's how 64.5 becomes 58.
So we're able to do this because we're with the Proctor Loan monies that we have, we're able to expand the TIF 1 and the TIF 5, or expand that into TIF 1, TIF 5.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow your question.
I'm not following you there. So I'm not following what you're saying. So with the Prop 31, how are we able to still carry a TIF 4, TIF 5, and then why is the money from the rail grant still continuing? It just seems like I mean, I wouldn't say this way, but it definitely was good for teachers and monster that doesn't die. So how did the rail grant magically still continue?
The real grant is not continuing.
It's not?
It's not. This year, the real grant paid for the retention stipends, but we paid for the performance-based compensation for the first time in many years. The real grant used to pick up. What's continuing are these compounded amounts that teachers have gotten to keep. This is one of the really powerful things about the real grant. It was a very innovative model to say you don't earn a performance bonus and then lose it after you earn it. You should be able to keep a piece of it each year. Fantastic idea, and one that is very virtuous, but also requires a sustainable budget, and that is the challenge with it. So we're ramping down the TIF 4 compensation. That's a pretty steep drop from 14,875 if it were to be 0. Using those district reserves, that'd be 25%. That saved classroom site fund monies would be used in this category here. That's the CSF savings.
So we're continuing, I'm still not following, we're continuing the TIF 4 and TIF 5 grant to the 22-23 year because we're pulling money from the classroom site fund?
Yes, but we're not continuing the grant. We're continuing the compensation based on the participation in the grant. The grant is over, but if you participated in it, and if you got this compensation, we are continuing that compensation. All of the TIF 5, again, it was promised in TIF 5 that would be part of your base salary one day. In this proposal, that would be next year. And then 25% of the TIF 4.
And it was communicated to them that it's gonna be reduced to these amounts?
This is what was in the town hall in February.
But as far back as October 2020, it was communicated that the set aside funds for that were used to sustain the typical compensation would run out at the end of the school year.
So then for the 23-24 school year, how are we gonna sustain that? It's gonna decrease more?
That's a very, very good question. It goes right back to the challenge of doing multi-year budgets right now in this environment. It goes back to unpredictable funding from the state. That's what led us to pursue the real grant in the first place. It's become even more unpredictable in at least the past 6 weeks and definitely over the past couple of years. So as we look into 23-24, we've started to already look into that. We need to raise the base salary again. We're very aware that that is the root of the issue. But there's limited funds to do that. That's going to be the challenge. Because those one-time district funds will be used one time. And now that tip 4 may become 0. So when you hear teachers saying it's going to go completely away in 2 years, yes, that may happen. What we need to do is find ways then to boost that base salary. The only way to do that is to find ways to use the current M&O, which again is decreasing every year, to fund base salary increases.
And then the magical utopian world, put Prop 201 comes into play. So actually, no, where's Prop 201 at? And of course, I know we're still hearing waiting, it's a waiting game, right? And if that passes, then how does that come in as a solution or as fix all panacea, or if it doesn't pass, then
I am both impressed with our ability to be this focused on something this complicated this late at night, as well as that question. Because that is, when we did this presentation, the Prop 301 did this presentation last year, we had a line that said Prop 208. And as I've shared with Dr. Weeks before, when 208 was originally announced, and when we originally got the projections, it just so happens that our 208 projected amount is about the size of $2.5 million. What a genius plan the district came up with in 2014 to sustain this, knowing that sooner or later that money is going to come around. Well, with Prop 208 now hung up and threatened and gutted, we're right back to where we have been. And it takes us right back to the core issue that we've had since 2012, since 2009, and for the better part now, 20 years. So if 208 came, would that, save the day? Absolutely. And we told that to teachers last year, that there's going to be a reduction in pay. The 208's on the way, and when it comes, it's going to help us all. Well, 208 did not wind up coming. That reduction also did not wind up happening either. And it just speaks to how hard it is to try to say what's going to happen in the next 12 months or what's going to happen in the next 24 months. With an economy that can change in the next 24 hours and a legislature that we can't trust.
But we are raising base salaries across the board, and all of this goes through the meet and confer process before the board approves it, correct?
Dr. Beek, that is correct.
Okay.
All base salaries would be raised by the 1,500. Let me show you the full on this, just so you can see everybody's pay. It's a little small, it's a little bigger. It's a little better. You can see it for each of these teachers, the base pay is increased. That's because the 1,500, it's increased more for teachers A, B, C, and D, because they're also getting an E, because they're also getting the tip 5 money in the base salaries as well. When we shared this plan with representatives from leadership from PACTA, they did indicate to us that they would like to meet and confer this item. That's completely within their right. That is part of the process. And so we'll respect that. And we'll look forward to meeting and conferring to talk about this. The challenge that's going to be that I hope that tonight you can really see, we're trying to paint the picture of this is the pie that we can all cut from. And you can slice it however you want to slice it, but the pie is not going to get any bigger. And it's not just the needs of half of our teachers, balanced against the other half of our teachers, but also the support staff that are going to drop in that same pie.
and from that pie, we'll no longer have teachers support staff making less than $14 an hour. Is that correct?
Correct. We would no longer have support staff at 14.
And under this model, that could possibly increase for support staff too, their base salary.
Absolutely. So you're already doing what I was hoping you were going to do. Thank you, Mr. We're going to mind melt here. Because like I said, teachers are going to zoom in
to their individual needs, and that makes sense, that's completely rational. But at the same time, we need to step back and really balance this across the board. So if you look at the entire certified complement, before we add performance pay and stipends, 2/3 of the certified staff would receive a raise under this proposal. And to be clear, that isn't just teachers, that's also the nurses, the social workers, the SLPs, the PTs, the OTs, the behavior interventionists, the reading interventionists. That's the full complement of our certified staff. Now, yes, about 1/3 of our teachers would receive a decrease, and that decrease ranges from $75 to as high as almost $10,000. I want to take a moment for anybody, especially who's watching from home. When I did this presentation 2 weeks ago, there was a mistake in the calculation where I said on this slide that the highest decrease would be $6,900. Those two numbers were transposed. The highest decrease would actually be $9,600. I found that out because what we told people on February 9th is if you want a projection of your compensation, call us. We're standing by. We can give it to you over the phone, then we'll send you an email. Within 12 hours of doing those, we found compensation decreases that were higher than the $6,000. We went back, we looked at it closer, and we realized there was a mistake in the original spreadsheet. We fixed the mistake, and so now the highest decrease would be about $9,600. But if we look at the compensation distribution, well, you're going to see that today there is 65 teachers who make over $80,000 a year. That includes all their stipends, all their performance pay. But there's 43 teachers who make less than $45,000 a year. Under this proposal, 2023 projections bringing back in their performance pay stipends, we would now only have 24 teachers who make more than $80,000 a year, but no teacher would earn under $45,000. Now, going back a slide, you're going to say, wait a second, you just showed me a teacher who's at $44,960. Well, again, once we add stipends and performance pay, I'm pretty confident that teacher's going to get $40. And that's why we have a distribution where no teacher will be under $45,000. So to step back even further on what this looks like, going back to our historical charts. If you look into 22-23, this is what base salary would look like. It increases again, the $1,500 plus the TIP 5. The orange is going to decrease a bit because the TIP 4 is no longer funded at 100%, it's funded 25%. But even with that, you'll see it still has an average salary of $60,910. That's significant because the current Arizona average is $54,000. When we were part of a compensation study 2 years ago, our peer group average was actually only $53,000. So are reductions happening? Absolutely. Are they really difficult for people? Without a doubt. This is a plan that also ensure that our compensation would be competitive across the board. Because when you go back to that 2021 school year, we have average compensation of $63,000. The difficult thing with that is we have a 2-tier compensation system for teachers, where teachers who are hired after 18-19 never had the opportunity to earn anywhere near the compensation that was earned in those years of 2014 to 2018. We're trying to balance that out a bit. We're trying to bring some more parity to that. But again, also making sure to recognize our veteran staff members, honoring our commitment to TIP 5 and stretching TIP 4 out a little bit longer. With that, I will entertain any questions that you have. And again, I'll make sure that the minutes and you'll get a copy of this as well in terms of these extra slides for this class.
I just have a super quick one to fully understand the TIP part. It looks like both the 4 and 5 are at that 25% number. In the wording, it says the TIP 5 is going to be rolled in, but in the spreadsheet, they both look like a 25% piece of the salary. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, and I did that kind of fast. The TIP 5 is at 100% of the TIP 5. So if you're currently getting $900 in TIP 5 compensation, like that teacher pay was, you'll keep that $900 in your base salary for as long as you have a base salary. It's only the TIP 4 that will reduce to 25%.
Okay, then can you clarify that 225 that's in the Excel sheet? Just so I know in my head where it went.
So this teacher this year earned $900 in TIP 5.
but got an extra 225 that was part of their performance-based compensation, the 1330 or the 1660. They get to keep 225 of that next year. That's the tip 5 compounding amount. And so that's why there's an additional 225 in this teacher. And we'll take that amount and tuck it into the base salaries.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz. So something, I'm hearing a lot about support staff, teachers, and there's one asked a question, were principals getting any TIF or by rural grants? And so what's happening with their pay?
Yeah, Mr. Very
The
good
ones
question.
that are getting that.
Yeah, I will say what I told folks a couple weeks ago, there have been no discussions about administrative pay at this time, increases or decreases. At the same time, principals were eligible for TIF 4. So principals also receive TIF 4 compensation if they participate in years. But here was the catch for them. You'll remember that we set aside Prop 301 to sustain the teacher pay. Principals can't get 301 pay. So instead, principals did not get raises for 2 consecutive years in order to keep their TIF 4 paid out of M&M. So those principals who earned TIF 4 forewent raises that the whole rest of the district got during those years to keep their TIF 4. It's an important question now, what's going to happen next with their TIF 4? Because that same 2-tiered compensation system for teachers has also now happened for principals as well. Well, we know that there's disparity between where principals are at because of TIF 4 money. But if we rip the TIF 4 out completely, the base salaries are even more stagnant for principals because they didn't go with those raises for those 2 years that they took TIF 4 instead of base salary raises. So the principals will only be a little bit more complicated. But out of respect to our support staff, clearly our certified staff, we feel it's important to nail this down first and then to look at what we can do for administrators.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So Vic, Damon, I've got just a quick question, Martine. This is a lot of money, right? What is the conversation around sustaining these dollars? Are you referring to the increases? Yes. So part of the reason why this is basically a 2, possibly even a 3 plan is that we don't know exactly what next year looks like as far as either revenues or even expenses. But we do know that right now the trend for expenses is a little bit lower than last year. So we do feel that we can sustain this going forward. But also there's some other things we're looking at as far as reduction expenses. For example, if we stick to a true PTR that we have in the district, then we feel that we can have some savings if we stick to the numbers. That could contribute to this, to make it sustainable. So those are the kind of things we have to commit to and look at so we can keep our expenses low, or possibly even lower to sustain this. Vic, do we think some of the meet and confer conversation this year will revolve around sustainability, sustainable income sources for future years?
Yeah, Dr. Weeks, members of the board, every year that I participated in income confer, that has typically been the first 2 meetings. We would have Mr. Norris come in and deliver pretty much the same information he just delivered. This is the size of the budget. This is how much is already going to salaries. This is how much might be available for salary increases. Again, we'll set that pie. And then from there in the meet and confer process, we'll go through each proposal, starting with the ones that would have to be funded to really understand how it's going to fit into that. Again, I don't want to speak for PECTA, but from the hundreds of conversations I've had with staff members the past 4 years, sustainability comes up time and time again. How do we make sure this is placed in the sustainable funding source? And we all perceive M&O to be that sustainable funding source. I think that we got to be careful with that, though, again, knowing that the M&O budget is funded by the state that we're under Wisconsin threat for. But it is the safest place to put these increases. So I think it's a good thing that you're seeing a compensation plan here that includes a sizable amount of M&O dollars towards it, $1.1 million and almost $3 million overall, in order to ensure that that is written into the budget for years and years to come. It can certainly happen that decreases the base salaries happen. It happened in this district in 2009. When other districts were ripping people during the Great Recession, we didn't rip anybody, but everybody got reduced 3%. So, I'll never bet on the legislature to fully fund schools under its current format, but it is the safest place for us to do that.
Have other districts gone through this? Like, did other districts have Makisa and TIF funds? Or is that something special just to us?
Yeah, Dr. Fink, that's not information I have available. I can put that in a board update. There were other districts who participated in TIF 4. There were less districts who participated in TIF 5. We currently work with that cadre and just speaking to the different people that are the real leads is what they're called, and myself and Dr. Gonzalez are one. Each district did it a little bit differently. I perceive that Phoenix #1 took the most aggressive stance at letting people keep as much of the compensation for as long as possible. Other districts already pulled back this compensation when they did re-up for TIP 5, or roll back this compensation in years later than that. I think we've kept it at the highest amount for the longest amount of time of any other district that participated in the grant.
Do you think that that was the best way? I mean, it is a little shocking to lose $9,000 of your salary, right? So
Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair question. And when teachers have asked me that before, whether that's in one-on-one meetings or the focus groups that we've done, the listening tours that we've done, the open forums that we've done, I've got to think that the leaders who are in this position were making the best decisions possible with the information they had at the time, with a commitment to doing everything they could for staff, particularly in these lean years of 2014, 15, and then again in 2017, 18. I don't think anybody could have predicted in 2017, 18 what was going to happen in 2020. I remember in the spring of 2020, when teachers in West Virginia were walking out, very senior member of AEA telling me that will never happen in Arizona. 2 months later, it happened. It was shocking, but the retribution for that has been even more shocking. And we're going to be in that tussle, I think, for years to come. Going back to what I said earlier, if 208 had kicked in the way we thought it was going to, this would be a genius plan that you would be getting a Golden Bell Award for at ASBA, because the leadership at the time bet that the state was eventually going to come around and restore that funding. It was very close. I can show you the presentation from 2020 where we had the line of Prop 208 and we could show people that's going to come in and it's going to help. We can't do that now.
Are you expecting substantial vacancies next year as a result?
Dr. Great question. Vacancies are twofold because it means that the person resigning, we couldn't rehire them. I think it's important to know that we are very behind in our hiring process right now. Other districts are offering contracts for next year, and tonight we approved them. Why are we behind? Because we really felt we need to answer these questions before we put a contract in front of teachers. And we owed answers to these questions before we went recruiting new people. So with that being said, I am hopeful that there won't be vacancies for next year, that we'll still have time and we'll be much more aggressive on the recruiting trail. When I can go to a career fair and say no teacher in our district will make under $45,000, that's going to carry in that recruitment. But in terms of turnover, we do anticipate we'll have higher than usual turnover. I put in a board update. The principals have done a remarkable job of doing state interviews with their staff over the years. We've been talking about the impending impact of TIP 4 funding on retention since October 2020 with principals. They anticipate somewhere in the neighborhood of 10% of people turning over. The survey that we recently did, we didn't get the highest responses to it. As you can imagine, people were chewing on a lot of information. I think we're hesitant to answer that survey. That indicated that retention level or that attrition rate might be even closer to 20%. We also know that the great resignation is happening across the state, across the country. All three of those forces combined, we're going to have much higher attrition than normal. Some of it because, if you could retire in this climate, people are finding that they will retire in this climate. Some of it being the way that these salary increases create leapfroggings unfortunately, you can go to another district and earn more. That's been happening across the state for years. We've been shielded from it because of that TIF 4 money that's now going to be disappearing. So I anticipate that we're going to lose somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 30% of our teacher force.
Will we need to fill all of those positions? with
Yeah,
our-
Dr. King, no, if we stick to the pupil-teacher ratio, we will not have to fill all those, and we'll still be able to maintain our pupil-teacher ratio at the current level, which we know is among the lowest in the county. So there will be some attrition that will not lead to replacement. But attrition never happens in a nice patterned way. You know, because if I said, well, 20 teachers are going to resign, but all 20 are middle school math teachers, so guess what? We have to replace every single one of them. And so it all depends on who and how. We did think we were getting contracts out tomorrow. I communicated to principals earlier, we are not going to do that. And I'll send an email to all staff, we're not going to do that. It feels like we're rushing people. We don't want people to be in a situation where they feel like they don't have the best information. I'm hoping that tonight clarifies quite a bit of this. And hopefully we get those contracts out next week. But we do want to take our time with that. Also, because we're waiting later and later into the spring, I know that we have teachers who are also jittery about next year. They can go get a contract in their district right now. And we haven't issued ours yet. And so I do know we're going to lose people for that too.
Thank you for that. Extra tidbit of info. I don't have any further questions for Dr. Diaz, but I'm really grateful for the information. I really am. It makes a lot more sense. As far as understanding those salary schedules. So
I do have one question. What is the timeline for when this plan needs approval?
Yeah, great question, Ms. Glenn, members of the board. Like I said earlier, meet and confer proposals under policy are supposed to be issued by February 1st. PECTA asked for an extension to February 15th. On February 14th, they asked for an extension to March 1st. We granted both of those. If we get the proposals on March 1st, we would then have to take a couple of weeks to really vet them and go through and get the best information. I would anticipate then meeting confer would start sometime in late March. Also bear in mind that the Proctor 1 committee will be happening at the same time. And you know, like any committee, it's sometimes the same people. And so meeting confer last year wrapped up in May. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do that again. So at the end of the meeting confer cycle in May, we'll be bringing a proposal as part of the meeting confer agreement. It may look like this, it may look different. Even as much pressure and weight is on the meeting confer committee, I think even more than the Proctor 1 committee. It's going to be a very lively meeting on Tuesday. And they're going to be out up front of it in terms of where they are in their process relative to the meeting confer committee. So the Proctor 1 plan, I'm hoping we can bring that to the board as early in March. But I will say, and I told Proctor 1 committee this, it will be very hard for them to create a plan 70% of people are going to agree to it because of how divisive these issues are. I've told them that for 3 years though, and each year they've created a plan that more than 90% of teachers have approved. So I'm very thankful for Proctor 1 committee, several members of whom are here tonight, and the work that they're about to put in.
right, thank you, Dr. Diaz. We'll move on to our board reports and requests. Item H. Yes, thank you very much. So we'll have our meeting dates discussion.
So I don't think we need to change the dates. I think we just keep the dates the way they are. I think that was easy, right? Everybody knows what they are, you know. We'll do, normally we try not to do stuff during spring break, but you know, everybody's gonna be here. And so we might as well have a meeting on what's the 10th. Then we'll have the second one on the 17th, right? That national holiday. And we'll be, I think we'll be okay. Unless any governing board member has any angst over that.
Dr. Weeks is the 10th and the 24th.
I'm sorry, the 10th and the 24th. Thank you, Marianne. It's late.
Absolutely. Anyone want to check their schedules really quick to make sure I'm good with keeping this?
So we would have the board meeting during spring break, is that what you're saying?
That's right. And we're here anyway. Right? Unless we're taking time off. Anybody taking time off?
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer not to be here, but, I can zoom in, I guess.
Yeah, we thought about moving the dates around, but after hearing Dana and Vic and some of the other, it's probably better that we just keep moving.
That's fine.
Right, with that, do we have any board reports or requests to document this evening?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just wanted to address, how do we address that on the agenda then?
You reject it, you would do a first and second and reject it. Sorry about that.
Awesome.
A motion to reject the request to approve the board meeting date change in March.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Mr. Carrillo, second.
And so now we'll vote to reject this, correct? Okay. Ms. Mayor, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Carmen Trujillo,
Aye.
Jessica Bueno,
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo,
Yes.
Alicia Vick,
Yes.
Laura Diaz,
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. With that, the motion passes, and we can move on to board reports and requests. Do we have any to report?
Yes, I did want to share that on President's Day, Mr. Carrillo and I attended the mural unveiling over at our bus depot warehouse. It was a great event hosted by the Shining Light Foundation, Phoenix Raceway, and the Phoenix Urban League. And if you haven't stopped by to see those murals, they're in celebration of the Black History Month that we approved our last meeting. The mural unveiling was of Wendell Scott, who is the first African-American NASCAR winner. He won a couple of races, and it just was really touching just to see the importance and just to hear and learn a little bit about his story and all the things that he had to overcome and persevere through. And I know that it meant a lot to his family. And I'm really excited that, we agreed to post that mural. And then the other mural, there's two murals at that site. The other mural is Martin Luther King with, it's a 3D fist pump. And we learned, Reggie and I, because we were there playing around with it, you gotta actually stand on the street. You can't be like near the mural. So if you guys want to go take some photos, just stand on the street, not too close to the mural. That's how it works. But I did want to just share that with our community to go visit that. It's on between Central and First Street, Grant Street. So please go check that out. And I really hope that we encourage our students, maybe take also a field trip to go see that. Those are two very important historical figures for our Black community. And I hope that we get to celebrate them with our students. So that's all I have for my board report.
Thank you for sharing this, Lane. I'm so glad I got to attend that. President's Day, I got to witness them override the AEL in the Senate, so that was exciting. And then also attended the Arizona School Board Association Advocacy Day to meet with some of our legislators and other school board members. So that was exciting, and it's always nice when we can collaborate across districts. I also have just a couple of requests. The first one is a request for COVID vaccination rate data for students. The second is a request for a date for the compensation study RFP. And the third is a request for information regarding the number of hours
and cost associated with staff and cabinet presentations for board meetings.
Vivian, can you say that one more time, the last one?
Yeah.
Just to make sure I get it. right.
Yeah. Information regarding the number of hours and cost associated with staff and cabinet presentations for board meetings.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to share that I plan to attend Emerson's 100th day celebration on Sunday coming up, the 27th. I have 8 a.m. down, but I think something else starts at 10, but I have to go earlier, so just a heads up, if anyone's able to attend that, we celebrate outside with the planting of trees would be good. But that's all I've got for right now. Anything further?
Yeah, I think if we can post a quorum for Sunday, please.
It's for that.
Thank you.
All right, any future agenda items?
Yes, for our next meeting, which is now March 10th, I would like on the agenda, a presentation from marketing and communications about our quarterly newsletter. I would like to have an outline of what information is going to be shared on those electronic newsletters to our community and to the individual school sites that have their newsletter adjacent. So I want that on the March 10th agenda, please. I just have one, sometime in the future, it's not urgent, receive and discuss for expanding the Montessori and traditional programming.
Just going off of Vice President Bueno's request is to review a four-day work study session. Maybe a study session, I'll just support update on what other districts are doing a 4-day work week. I know, I think Global is doing one. It's a smaller school district, but still. And then possible savings we could get from that.
If that's it, we can move towards adjournment. This will be everything. Wonderful. Sorry, finally got to the end of my script here. Okay, I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn our meeting.
Jessica Bueno, so moved.
Thank you. One second.
One second.
Thank you. We have a roll call vote to adjourn the meeting at 10:47.
Sure. Carmen Trujillo.
Aye.
Jessica Bueno.
Yes.
Reggie Carrillo.
Yes.
Alicia Vick.
Yes.
Laura Diaz.
Yes.
With that, motion passes and we are adjourning this meeting. Thank you all for sticking with us this evening and please get home safe.